Chapter 57-63. Fan Tianfeng's complexion changed after he felt a little gaff, and his voice was cold. "Since you got it, you should cherish it." Jian Wushuang had no words to refute this time. It was indeed like this. But in that situation, he couldn't resist the blood needle with his body. "I heard." Jian Wushuang did not finish speaking, but handed Zhu Yunjian over. The intention is obvious. He knows the relationship between the two. This sword can also be regarded as a family relic. It's time to return it to Fan Tianfeng. Fan Tianfeng did not refuse, and after taking over the Juyin sword, he turned around and left. When she reached the threshold, she turned her eyes slightly and her voice softened. "In Shirgua, if you need help, you can contact me at any time." "Never you are welcome," Jian Wushuang replied loudly. Watching the other party leave, he then took out a letter of recommendation, thinking about building a sword blank. In the past few days, he also got some news from Beiqing. The royal capital of East City almost belonged to the forces of the Flame God Kingdom. It is also the place where the founding division started the school. No one had recommended it before, so he couldn't go. Now it is time to go and take a look. Dongcheng is a puppet. Jian Wushuang floated. Compared with Beiqing, the practitioners in this place are totally different. Here is the sky. Almost everywhere on the street, you can see casters wearing dark red robes. On their chests, there is this piece of badge. The most common caste gods are only the 9th grade. Immortals or emperors can get started. The 8th rank casting master needed the strength of the emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to master the equipment. Most of the caste gods who can be seen everywhere on the street are 9th rank and 8th rank. After walking for a long time, I arrived at the busiest street. He only saw several 7th rank casting gods and a 6th rank casting god. Zhu Rongdao, the busiest street in Dongqing. On this road, there are at least thousands of shops opened by caste gods. Each family has a banner. Almost all the masters of the caste are of their own. Those who can open a shop on this street are all casters with rank 6 or above. In other words, in the entire royal capital, there are more than 1,000 6th-rank foundry masters. Even more, because from the information he learned, this street, in the first-class casting hall, at least there are dozens of casting masters of rank 6 or above. The number has to be increased several times. I thought that when he was in Qixin Temple, the old man with horns was also a caster, and he probably had a 6th rank. However, he has fallen. Also fell in the time and space of the original universe. Cannot be resurrected. The original side is the last one. After a long breath, he continued to walk forward. A, B, C Ding's casting hall. He doesn't like it. The strongest stores in the first class are also the caste gods under the second class. Fan Tianfeng recommended him to be the number 1 casting in ancient Wood Continent. It is the signboard of God's name. This is the whole street. The caster inside, the weakest, is the 6th rank, and the 6th grade here can only do miscellaneous tasks. Outer disciples all start at the 4th rank. The disciples of the inner sect are generally at the 3rd rank or even the 2nd rank. Only when you reach the 1st grade realm will you become a direct disciple. The casting masters of the entire Stone Kingdom are also number 1. Almost all are this powerful disciple. Even the master of wine is also the disciple of this existence. And it's only an inner disciple, not a personal biography. There are only 3 disciples of this mighty direct disciple. Rumor has it that everyone is in the 7 Tribulations realm. 7 Tribulation realm powerhouse. Which casting master is also in the 7 Tribulations realm? It is conceivable to be able to let the strong of the same rank be able to approve the head. How attractive this heritage will be. It's just that Jian Wushuang is not interested in casting anymore. That's it. Jian Wushuang raised his head and glanced. Then he was about to step in. At this moment, I heard a familiar voice and a very familiar breath. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at it. A rustic girl, followed a group of casting masters, pouting at the end. From a distance, she was not the same person at all, but he can see that there is a connection. I didn't intend to pay attention to it, but after listening carefully, I understood everything. He didn't expect that this stingy girl would be so generous at this time. Nua, this is 2 billion universe crystals, I said. I can get them together. Li Ming'er looked bright at this moment, which young emperor who had left the team leaked a surprised look and quickly asked where he came from. But when I saw the girl's weird explanation, I didn't ask too much, so he took it directly. You're welcome. Eating soft rice to this level made Jian Wushuang a little bit overwhelmed. Ming'er, thank you so much this time. I am following my master to come to Lashendian to study, and I need this universe crystal. The young man has a profound cultivation base. Li Ming'er smiled and said, Small things, when I meet another senior, I will ask for it again. The young man touched the medal on his chest, and the number on the top represented the 8th rank. This is an emperor, but Li Ming'er is just an immortal. Jian Wushuang frowned. He was not so arrogant as he was eating the soft food of Yugua. This kid lied to people, but his face was not red and his heart beat. If it is known to Senior Tongha, it won't be cut with a single sword. It's not easy for him to come forward directly with this kind of thing. I wrote it down first. When you have the opportunity, you must teach the other party a lesson. Guest stay. Jian Wushuang was just about to enter this hall of God's name. He was stopped by a man in a purple robe. The other side's chest has the mark on the 5th rank, but in the temple it was just a janitor. Jian Wushuang didn't say much, stopped, and directly wrote a letter of recommendation there. After seeing the flame god sign, the man was stunned for a moment, then his face was surprised. He couldn't see the realm of Jian Wushuang, but he saw this letter of recommendation. But from the bottom of my heart, I believe that Jian Wushuang is definitely a big man. Senior, come with me. The purple-robed man greeted people quickly, took Jian Wushuang to the resting place, and then took the recommendation letter to the depths of the temple. There is only one layer on the surface of the temple, but underground there are several floors. Handyman, only the first 3 levels of authority. On the 4th floor underground couldn't enter. A purple-robed youth reached the entrance of the 4th floor, handed the letter to an inner disciple, and returned to the main hall. Jian Wushuang was sitting in the upper position, sipping the best tea. The guy who had just coaxed Li Ming'er outside, at this time followed a few 6th rank or so caste gods and also entered here. It's just that they don't even have a place to sit, so they just stand in the corner. The old man who took the lead seemed to be the master who deceived Li Ming'er. Jian Wushuang's gaze kept staring at the man, thinking about how to teach well. The source stone sent by his front foot was cheated away by his backhand. Hateful. It's time to kill. Chapter 57-64. An emperor does not learn well. Learn to eat soft rice. Shameless. The purple-robed young man who went to the top of the wall trot all the way to Jian Wushuang's side and found that he was staring at the group of people in the corner. Thinking that it was blocking Jian Wushuang's eyes, he quickly scolded. Who brought these people? Hurry up and send them away. Haven't you seen any distinguished guests here? The tone at this time was completely reversed from that of Jian Wushuang's treatment. It's like a caster with a harsh and cold personality. Hear the words of the purple robe youth. Several rank 6 handymen quickly apologized, and then walked towards the pedestrian angrily. Jian Wushuang stood up at this moment and interrupted. Forget it. These people are destined to the seat. Let them stay. After hearing these words, the purple-robed youth's complexion changed drastically, and an amiable smile appeared on his face. Since they are friends of the predecessors, take them to the 1st level to observe. But there are still people queuing up ahead. A handyman who had just joined the temple interrupted the words of the purple-robed youth. The purple-robed youth's complexion changed, and he said coldly, Then drive them away and let these miscellaneous fishes come in less in the future. This which rank 6 handyman hesitated. "Don't go." The purple-robed youth, feeling that his majesty was a little ineffective, immediately shouted. The faces of the people in the frightened corner were shaking. "You guys, wait a moment. The people on the first floor are cleaned up, and you will be allowed to observe. There is tea here. Please feel free." The purple-robed youth squeezed out a smile and beckoned to everyone. Jian Wushuang looked shocked. This is a different person from the facade. His face changed faster than the sky. "Senior," the elder sent a message and said he would take you to the 9th floor. The purple-robed youth hunched over and said cautiously, "This 5th-rank casting master was at least the master of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm. It's so humble. Didn't you say something, the arrogant cast of the gods? It turns out that that set is for the weak. His strength makes the other party unable to see through. Certainly think he is the powerful master of the universe. Plus the recommendation letter comes from the flame god. This is the sky of Shurgwa. Who dares to treat it carelessly? Lead the way." Jian Wushuang stood up, his hands behind his back. "I also experienced the treatment of a powerful person." As he walked past the casting masters who came to observe, Jian Wushuang glanced at the young man who had deceived Li Ming'er. Then followed which purple-robed youth into the underground casting hall. After he left, the few people in the corner breathed a sigh of relief. Which predecessor just now, in what status, actually made the god-casting master of the 5th rank of the temple so respectful? Is it a cosmic master of the 5 tribulations realm? I don't think it is necessary. Even the Lord of the Universe in the 5 tribulations realm does not need to be treated like the people of the temple. It may come from a certain big powers, Tianjiao. The young man who coaxed Li Ming'er, recalling Jian Wushuang's eyes, secretly vowed in his heart that he would become such a character in the future. But he kept on, a character like Jian Wushuang before long will send him to see the goddess of Guyu Shikong. After entering the underground hall, Jian Wushuang discovered that the structure and stratum density of this place were the same as those at Lefengpo. Every floor of this place is 10,000 feet high. Entering the 3rd level is his limit state, but there are 9 floors here. The first 3 floors are just some disciples from the outer sect. After the 4th floor is the disciple of the inner door. There are only direct disciples on the 7th floor. On the 8th floor, no one can enter except for a powerful person. And this time he wants to enter the 9th floor. That is 90,000 zhang underground in the royal capital. Naturally, it is impossible for the entire royal capital to have this stratum mystery. It can open up 90,000 feet alone. I'm afraid which flame opened this place in the first place. Only the power of the 8 tribulations realm can open up so deep. When he reached the 4th floor, a woman was replaced to lead him. For the first 3 floors, he hasn't felt anything yet. But after reaching the 4th floor, he felt a rush of heat. So much so that the casters here wear very cool clothes. For example, the casting who led him. There are only a few pieces of cloth on the upper body. It doesn't look big and the material is special, so it should be used to escape the heat. Refining here is the treasure of the universe, and the flames needed are naturally very powerful. It's normal to wear less. This place can be regarded as the important place of the temple. Jian Wushuang also avoided looking around, but staring at the woman leading the way. Although it is unsightly in order to respect the temple, this is also compelling. Senior, there will be seniors on the 7th floor, and I will send you here. When you return, there will be seniors here to guide you. Jian Wushuang gave a dry cough and thanked him. Just keep up with the 3rd leader. On the 7th floor, there is no such hot feeling, but a little cool. And no one. He looked around, all of which were closed rooms. The place I passed was just a narrow road. Entrance to the 8th floor. No one took the lead. This fellow Taoist, I can only send it here. After you enter, you only need to keep walking forward to see the entrance of the 9th floor. Thank you. Jian Wushuang arched his hands. This is a personal disciple. The power of the 7 tribulations realm. Although it is not the Lord of the universe, it is also a remarkable existence. Naturally, be polite. After thanking a disciple who taught him personally, he went straight to the 8th floor. After entering, I discovered that it was a completely enclosed space. Keep going. He felt cheated. There is no road here. That can keep going. There is endless darkness at the end. Just when he was at a loss, there was a sound of metal collision around him. Jian Wushuang followed the voice and looked at it. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes appeared. Hum! The red eyes made a hum, and then countless red eyeballs appeared here. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback. He felt that he was deceived by Fan Tianfeng. The other party is still so careful. The owners of these red eyes are monster puppets. Each one has the power of the Lord of the universe, at least the master of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm. This combat power is not weak. Without a puppet, Okanchu, Kam, has a supernatural power of nearly 300,000. If it weren't for his special origin, he wouldn't be able to feel the puppet's divine power. They won't besiege me. Jian Wushuang laughed at himself. The puppets here are not 10,000, but 8,000. It would be no good if he besieged him. But when he just thought so, the puppets rushed towards him as if they had gone mad. The divine power is similar to what he calculated, about 300,000. But the material is special. The material of each puppet can withstand more than 400,000 attacks. This was tested by Jian Wushuang himself. Chapter 57-65. Because just now he exploded 400,000 supernatural power with one punch, hitting the puppet, and it was actually just retreating. It cannot be damaged at all. And he also discovered that there are ciphertexts in the space here, equivalents with the puppet. That is to say, these puppets can form a battle formation. Under normal circumstances, he quickly couldn't stand it. If he goes out again, it will be even more difficult for him. The power of the beast god. The dark red aura on his body erupted, and his divine power instantly reached 500,000. The surrounding breath can shake back those puppets. Thanks, Tusk. Jian Wushuang was confident. He didn't believe that Fan Tianfeng would really want to attack him. There is a high probability that you still have to avenge your enemies in Vietnam. Take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Sure enough, the same as he thought. In the 9th floor, there is an old man with a white beard sitting on the throne, holding the ball in his hand. Don't look at it as an inconspicuous little ball, but it is a treasure that can shake the entire Gumo continent. Because of this small ball, you can manipulate the puppets on the 8th floor. The 8th foot has 9,000 puppets with 300,000 supernatural powers. There are also 900 puppets with 500,000 supernatural powers. From bottom to top, there are 90 puppets of 700,000 supernatural powers. There are 9 puppets with 1,000,000 powers, a total of 9,999. Wherever these puppets are simply placed, they will have the combat power of the 7 tribulations realm. If a battle formation is formed, it will not be comparable to the 8 tribulations realm. At least it has the power of the Lord of the 7 tribulations realm. This can indeed shake the entire Gumo continent. This little guy, it's interesting. Holding the ball, the old man has already begun to mobilize 900 and 500,000 puppets. When he received the recommendation letter, he was also very surprised. It turned out to be a teacher's letter. After seeing the content, he knew which young master meant. This young master is terrible, and the flame gods are paying great attention to it. Since I asked him, I naturally wanted to help. The main thing is that Fan Tianfeng holds the secret of the treasure of time and space. The old man is also curious about the treasure of time and space and wants to observe it. Otherwise, he wouldn't tease Jian Wushuang. Even if Fan Tianfeng's status was special, he couldn't directly order a 7 tribulations realm great power. What's more, the identity of this old man is the #1 casting in Gumo continent. Star refining. The first refining of ancient wood continent. The status is comparable to the 8 Tribulations realm. Even the 8 Tribulations realm was polite to him. Moreover, his strength was not average. He had once shot a cosmic master in the 7 Tribulations realm. The most precious treasures in his hand, just a few pieces on the surface. All have the power of the 8 Tribulations realm. In the entire ancient wood continent, can be ranked in the top 5 super strong. The first is hard to say. Although the flame is tyrannical and does not depend on the power of life, he is not very sure about which ancient wood king he faces. You can win by playing against each other. But desperately, it's different. Who knows which Shinmu king still has what kind of whole cards. These 2 8 Tribulations realm are naturally the most powerful 2 in ancient wood continent. Behind it is the courageous look. The title powers are generally the same level limit. The top 3, regardless of background or strength, are extraordinary. Master Star Refining can be ranked in the top 5, which is not ordinary. After all, he is not the master of the universe. Thanks Tusk, the strength is really strong. The Star Refining Star, who has the top 5 combat strengths of Guma continent, still leaked shocked eyes when he saw Jian Wushuang being besieged at this time. With pure perception, he could see that Jian Wushuang had an infinite power in his body. This was because his eyes were fused with a heavy treasure. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang would not be able to see through it. Infinite power, that is the yearning of many people. Jian Wushuang, an emperor, was besieged by a group of puppets of 300,000 supernatural powers. Yet he was able to maintain his composure. Even Xing Xing couldn't help but marvel. I want to see how strong your limit is. With a little finger from the Star Refiner, a large number of puppets in the black secret room recovered again. Jian Wushuang in the secret room at this time, although still very calm, his strength did not weaken in any way. But the power of mind has already begun to decline. If the power of thought drops, his life will be weakened. Boom! The invisible sword in Jian Wu's hands flew out, transforming into a puppet surrounded by countless sword chi shuddering around. Senior, if you want to test it, it's better to do it in one step and save some supernatural powers for the younger generation. After all, I am just an emperor. Jian Wushuang attached his hands, calmly, but the last sentence was extremely loud. Actually, there is no certainty in my heart. With so many puppets, they have been besieging them. Nowhere will he stand up to them. It's better to be more calm and talk directly with Witchcaster. He didn't believe the other party and couldn't see that he was just an emperor. The Lord of the 6 Tribulations realm universe can see it. In the 7 Tribulations realm, although the origin of the universe is missing, there should still be vision. Don't think of him as a catastrophe. The test of an emperor is almost enough. Why should it be so? Of course, he could not say that Fan Tianfeng avenged private revenge. In fact, Fan Tianfeng didn't have this plan either. It's just his strength that evoked some curiosity about refining stars. Jian Wushuang's voice just fell. In the silent darkness, a pair of huge red eyes lit up, much larger than those of the puppets. Then a face appeared. The puppets who were still preparing to attack Jian Wushuang stopped. Little guy, your mouth is as powerful as your strength. Regarding Jian Wushuang's little tactics just now, Lianqing was not only not angry, but rather admired, and it also meant that the seniors were optimistic about the reserve. Jian Wushuang hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted, and said, "The juniors don't dare!" Haha, there is no need to be so restrictive. Since it is recommended by the young master, it is your own person. Lianqing laughed and said, "However, it is not so easy to want me to refine the sword blank for you." These words made Jian Wushuang twist his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. "Senior, please speak up if you need it," Lianqing said calmly. "You don't need to be nervous. I will refining sword blanks for you no matter what. But the blanks of the treasure of the universe are good or bad. Even if the young master recommends you to come, I agreed to this request, but nothing promised to refine the strongest sword blank for you. You understand." "Junior knows it," Jian Wushuang said respectfully this time. Sword blank. Of course, he wants the strongest. Akenashu. Calm, ordinary goods. Can't catch his eyes at all. Otherwise, it would not take such a great effort to ask Fan Tianfeng. If he could let the star refiner go all out to refine a sword blank that fits his own kendo, it would naturally be the best. Now that you understand, I'll just say it straight. I am very optimistic about you, whether it is your strength or your character. You have the qualifications to become a top-level powerhouse. I can see it in the future 6 tribulations. This is a big talk. The Lord of the 6 tribulations, universe. Jian Wushuang is naturally very confident, but let others comment. Even if he is so good now, it's hard to come out of the Emperor. Chapter 5766. But the tribulation realm is not the same as the Emperor, just like the Emperor and the Taoist. The Emperor does not have any restrictions of heaven, nor any external pressure. But the robbery is different. Not only need to cross the catastrophe, but also need to maintain their own universe. He still doesn't quite understand the preservation of the universe. But crossing the robbery, he knew how cruel it was. Otherwise, the entire Gumu continent would not have so many scatter robberies. There are so many 7-star sects, and almost all of them still have 7 tribulation realm powerhouses. But the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm couldn't get a single palm together. The first 5 calamities are actually easy to say, but after 6 tribulations, it was really too difficult. I don't know how many Tianjia trapped. Although Jian Wushuang was confident, he also understood this. As for the evaluation of others, they are not as confident as him. It is already very high to be able to say that he has a chance for the 6 tribulations realm with a power like refining stars. There are only 6 calamities in the entire Gumu continent. I'm afraid it will not exceed double digits. The star refining eyes turned and continued. Let's do this. I have a puppet here, the peak of the 5 tribulations, but it needs a constant supply and demand of divine power. If it is injected with 1,000,000 divine power, it can reach the limit of half-step 6 tribulations. Force. This. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment. Half a step in the 6 tribulations realm, with 1,000,000 supernatural powers. Both of these sounds he is not an opponent. Haha, although I am optimistic about you, I don't think you can burst with such strength. Lianqing knew that Jian Wushuang would be wrong, and explained, I will inject 500,000 supernatural powers inside. If you defeat, you will get a heavenly rank sword blank. Although it is not precious to the tribulation realm, there are no more than 5 heavenly rank sword blanks that can be refined from the outside world. Jian Wushuang listened carefully, and at the same time he had expectations in his heart. A puppet with 500,000 supernatural powers is not easy for him now. It is a bit arrogant. But defeat is not a problem at all. Only the increase in the power of the beast can be defeated. It's definitely not a problem. Sky level sword blank. That is the treasure of the heavenly universe in the future, able to grow to the 7 tribulations realm. Most of the ambitious Tianjiao will seek the family to ask the caste master to refine the heavenly treasure slab and become the original magic weapon in their own universe. The grade of the cosmic treasure is not the same as the division of the ordinary treasure. Treasure, innate treasure, eternal treasure. These treasures are divided into ordinary, advanced, top, pinnacle, and perfection. But the treasure of the universe is different. The points are grade. The weakest is the treasure of the human-level universe. In one's own original universe, it can only be bred into the 3 tribulations realm level. It is also the weakest treasure of the universe. This is also because most of the tribulation realms cannot become the master of the universe. The treasure of the universe of the human rank is also the easiest to refine. Above the human level is the ground level. The treasures of the universe at the ground level can be bred into the 5 tribulations realm level. But to refining it, it requires a caster of rank 4 or above, which most people can't get. Of course, if you have enough universe crystals, you can also buy them in some shops. This is a treasure that can be obtained with money. Not too precious. Above the ground level is the sky level. The heavenly treasure of the universe cannot be bought with money. You also need to have background and contacts. The upper limit is the 7 tribulations realm. The pursuit of most people is the 7 tribulations realm. If it is said that in the ordinary period, smooth sailing into the immortal, holding aspirations, want to reach the top, the emperor and the robbery might not be a big deal in their eyes. But on the way to the strong, there is no setback. Jian Wushuang asked himself whether it was all smooth sailing. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Only after experiencing setbacks will it arouse one's own cognition. In mundane times, when things go well, I want to stand upright. Without goals, goals are infinite. But after waiting for the immortal queen, she might not even be able to maintain Dao Xan. In the end, the emperor is a hurdle. At that time, I will understand that it is not bad to be an emperor. Even if you become an emperor, when you need to work hard for the resources of cultivation, you need great courage. Divine power treasures. Although common in Guyu time and space, it is not easy to raise divine power to emperor consummation. Even some family children need to do it by themselves. Family Tianjiao, that is also relying on his own potential and perseverance to get the help of the family. Not every family child has an unlimited supply of resources. If you want to become the Lord of the universe, you need not only divine power, but also the realm of origin. The space is not perfect. How to master the universe. This is not a question of resources. You also need to look at your own talents, and you need to cultivate yourself. The family can't help. Most people along the way may stop at the emperor. The one who can become the lord of the tribulation realm and even the universe is not facing the vicissitudes of the world. I have smoothed my mind a long time ago. Becoming the 7 tribulations realm may be the ultimate goal. The treasure of the heavenly universe. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and he was somewhat satisfied for a while. But I think of the Qixin Temple, the primitive universe, and the hometown world from the mundane times. He was a little hesitant. The 7 tribulations realm is a great goal for others, but for him, it is far from enough. Not only because of the upper limit, the most important thing is the blessing of the universe. The treasure of the universe can be said to be the treasure of the universe. That is the force that can draw its own universe. It's about future combat power. Must be the strongest. Above the heavens there are still gods. No one has touched the upper limit of the gods. The treasures of the 8 tribulations realm universe are all gods. Many powerhouses believe that the upper limit of the rank is likely to be the treasure of the 9 tribulations or even beyond the universe. Jian Wushuang thought of this, and he had some guesses in his heart. Although Guyu time and space, although stronger than Moroa time and space at the beginning, there is no time and space treasure. Otherwise, it is impossible not to know the existence of the treasure of time and space. The reason why Moroa time and space is the treasure of time and space is also because of the existence of extinction. From Bobby D, he knew that extinction came from the stars. The of Moroa time and space is probably brought about by extinction. The time and space treasures in it were probably all obtained from the starry sky by extinction. The treasure of time and space, beyond the universe. In the time and space of the 9 great universities upstream, may also exist in those 3 eternal existences, possessing this kind of treasure. As for Guyu time and space, there is no high probability. Even if there is a top-notch existence like refining stars, they don't know the treasure of time and space. The Guantian chessboard in his body is a treasure of time and space. Now, he has just figured out some eyebrows. Some of the original chess pieces contained in it are already against the sky, and now they have touched the generals. Just relying on the special characteristics of the generals, you will not lose to the beasts. This kind of heaven-defying treasure must be used with care in the future. Can't be discovered by anyone. Once discovered by some mighty power, it is a disaster. Chapter 5767. Call. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and kept calm and said, Senior, a god-level sword blank. You should be able to refine it. He asked for a lot. The upper limit of the heavenly rank is not enough for him. If it is said that he can't even surpass the 7 tribulations realm, then it is better to die now. For him, the 7 tribulations realm could only barely keep himself. The threat of extinction is not that simple. He originally thought that the 7 tribulations realm could be used. But from the beginning to the present, after knowing the origin of extinction, he felt that what the other party wanted might not be so simple. Strength is naturally even more difficult. If extinction is just a half-step 7 tribulations realm powerhouse in Morwa time and space, even if he was still the Lord of the Universe, he wouldn't worry about it. With his strength, he doesn't need to be in the 7 tribulations realm, and the master of the 6 tribulations realm universe can easily settle the extinction. But the origin of the other party is too great. From the stars. That is a place that everyone yearns for but can't get in. It's not easy to get out, and it's impossible to get in. He was in Gua time and space. So far he has not found a record of the starry sky. Perhaps he is not strong enough now, seeing information about the starry sky. Or the powerhouse of the 9 great spacetimes cannot enter the starry sky. The starry sky is still a little far away to him. Right now it is still a robbery. After hearing his words, Lian Xing raised his brows slightly, and his expression was a little surprised, but he was not too surprised. The sword blanks of the gods can be encountered and cannot be found. It is not related to the old man's casting method, but is related to the master of the sword blank. In short, it is very complicated. Jian Wushuang listened to the cloud and mist, wanted to ask, but was interrupted by the other party. You should defeat the puppet first. If you can defeat it, it will be increased in sequence. In the second theory, there are 2 puppets with 500,000 supernatural powers. In the 3rd round, there are 4. If you can reach the 5th round, come again. Talking about the sword blank of the gods. After refining the star, he scattered the huge head. The secret room on the ground floor. The star-refining deity sits slantingly on a chair, with the corners of his eyes slightly narrowed. A crystal ball is floating in front of him, and the picture above is Jian Wushuang. This kid is really ambitious, god-level sword blank, really dare to think. Lian Xing shook his head. In his thoughts, I recalled the things about the gods. The complexity of refining is no less than that of creating a complete universe. The most important thing is that the price is too high. Too many treasures are needed. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang was an emperor and couldn't afford it at all. I can't let him produce materials by himself. To contribute, we must also produce materials. He wasn't Jian Wushuang's father, so he didn't make sense to do so. If Jian Wushuang can make it to the 5th round, he will consider it. Otherwise, even if he was optimistic, he would no longer help Jian Wushuang so much. In the endless years, there are too many juniors he is optimistic about. Jian Wushuang can rank in the top 3 at best. If it were among the emperors, Jian Wushuang might be the one he saw the most. But in the Lord of the Universe, it's different. At the beginning, he was optimistic about the Lord of the Universe in the 5 tribulations realm. The talent can be said to be the best in the entire Gyu time and space. After one epoch of cultivation, he breaks through and becomes the Lord of the Universe. In just 10 epochs, he became the master of the 5 tribulations realm universe. But later, the 6th calamity did not cross over. The first 5 calamities went too smoothly. In addition, the origin universe is extremely powerful, and its divine power is sufficient, and it can resist the catastrophe every time. By the time of the 5th calamity, the Tianjiao still felt able to resist, but was slapped severely by the heavenly Tao. Sometimes it's not good to go too far. Misfortune arises spontaneously. The robbery that grows in the bottom of my heart is the most terrifying. His eyes turned to the crystal ball, waiting for Jian Wushuang to erupt. Dark and dense indoor, Jian Wushuang held the sword in one hand. The invisible sword, cast by the power of the stars, is no less than the Julian sword. The fifth round. Jian Wushuang didn't have much confidence in his heart. The first round is won, doubled every round. The emperor has 5 rounds and 16 puppets, each 500,000 supernatural powers. It is equivalent to 16 five-tribulation realm powerhouses. Although he has a lot of cards now, but it's just an emperor. Under normal circumstances, the emperor with 400,000 supernatural powers may have been the only one throughout the ages. No way. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Fight! The power of the beast can make him 500,000 times the divine power. Now, he hasn't researched super eternal changes. If it can combine the power of the starry sky with the divine power, that is, the origin and the divine body merge with each other, and this test is nothing. I knew it. He went to retreat for a while, now that he hasn't improved the eternal changes. Even if he is promoted to the peak state, he will be comparable to a practitioner with 550,000 times the power of divine power. Can pass the second round, but there may not be much chance later. In the first round of normality, the second round requires eternal changes to reach the peak state. In the third round, he probably had to get all his cards straight away. He still has a thought of the universe. There is also a starry sky catalog. These two are okay against practitioners, but they are of little use against puppets. One thought of the universe is okay. It can increase his own origin, but he can't suppress it because it is not a practitioner but a puppet. When calculating the combat power in the bottom of my heart, the puppet had already started to move. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and couldn't control that much. If it's a big deal, use Jiangjiao again. 600,000 supernatural power to reach the limit. He didn't believe it. Every time, he broke through under the greatest pressure. This time, I hope he can break through. Jian Wushuang directly removed the invisible sword. We greeted him with bare hands. The simple collision of divine power shook the secret room with muffled noises. That puppet is different from the puppet here. It should be refined separately by refining stars. The appearance is also very strange. The whole body is smooth without a trace of gaps, and the whole body is more symmetrical than the human race. The white and purple skin is extremely smooth. Jian Wushuang punched the puppet in the face, almost unsteady. His punch did not weaken the puppet's power, but the other's punch hit his abdomen, causing his body to quickly collapse. After all, he is still a practitioner. No, it hurts. Fortunately, everything is the same as he thought. The supernatural power of 500,000 is just right. He just wanted to test the puppet now. Next, it's time to exert strength. Jian Wushuang smiled at the puppet, palm deep, and firmly said, "Senior, I have to use 500,000 supernatural powers now." "What?" Jian Wushuang clenched his fists with both hands. The arrogance on instantly turned red, and his divine power increased by tens of thousands. 430,000, 460,000, 490,000. Seeing this scene, Lian Xing had a look of surprise in his eyes. At the same time, he also saw the beast gods on Jian Wushuang's body. See through at a glance. A complete beast soldier. A pair of scarlet wings, wrapped in a black inner armor. To the left of the inner armor is a red left arm. Chapter 5768. The scarlet claw of the candle dragon is even more conspicuous. Finally, a heart is still beating. The heart of the beast god. Lianqing stared at it, but he didn't know that he had fallen into a huge eyeball. That is the eye of the beast at the second core. Innate treasure of the universe. Lianqing was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to have an innate treasure of the universe, and it seemed that Jian Wushuang hadn't fully grasped this innate treasure of the universe. After watching carefully, he discovered that this innate treasure of the universe is the treasure of the 7 tribulations realm. Really want to fully activate all the powers. Jian Wushuang is at least the master of the universe in the six tribulations realm. Otherwise, you can't control it to the extreme. Interesting. Lianqing found it more and more fun. Originally thought Jian Wushuang had used some kind of forbidden technique to increase his supernatural power. I didn't expect it to be because of the treasure of the innate universe. This is real personal strength. Ordinary people may think that they have taken advantage of the innate treasure of the universe. In the eyes of a master of casting gods like the star refiner, the innate treasure of the universe, and also the innate treasure of the seven tribulation realm, even if it is used in the tribulation realm, it can't exert its internal power. Jian Wushuang is an emperor who can spur the treasure of the innate universe. This is Jian Wushuang's true combat power. It seems that the first 2 rounds are stable. Lianqing nodded and said to himself, according to his plan, if Jian Wushuang can pass the first 2 rounds, he will refine a sword blank for Jian Wushuang at his own expense. If he can reach the 3rd round, he will refine the heavenly top-grade sword blank for Jian Wushuang. In the 4th round, Jian Wushuang will refine the heavenly perfect sword blank. 5th round. He hasn't thought about it yet. If it's over, Jian Wushuang will continue to insist on God's rank again and again. He will consider, but the material he will not release it. Or let Jian Wushuang pay a certain price. In short, the divine rank is too much involved, not so easy. Are generally the powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm. They are looking for him to refine the slabs of the gods, and then those powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm will become the treasures of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm. The universe of some 8 tribulations realm powerhouses has died out and became sand tribulation. If they want to be bred, they have to seek the cosmos masters of those 8 tribulations realm. The price is even greater. Generally, the Lord of the universe came to him for refining. After all, the scattered calamities in the 8 tribulations realm rarely fight, and it is useless to ask for the treasures of the universe. But in any case, the supreme treasure of the gods is also corresponding to the superpowers of the 8 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang, an emperor, is looking for him to refine it. Lianqing played with the ball in his hand and continued to watch. On the side of Jian Wushuang, his body was slightly arched, his fists were clenched, and his forehead was violent. S-power reached its peak. 500,000 times the supernatural power. What? Jian Wushuang raised his head and roared. His strength was completely stabilized at 500,000. The red arrogance enveloped his body, and his eyes turned red. The puppet had no consciousness. No matter Jian Wushuang's power exploded, it rushed again. This time Jian Wushuang stood steadily on the spot, with only in the depths. When the puppet rushed, the fingertips of the burst out with a terrifying force, which was formed by the condensing of divine power. This terrifying air column blasted directly on the puppet, blasted it out of Jian Wushuang's field of vision, and disappeared into the darkness. Jian Wushuang suddenly turned his head. There is no breath on the puppet. Jian Wushuang can only observe it with the naked eye, but he still felt the gene foam brought by that divine power. The moment he turned his head, he saw the puppet and charged instantly. The body turned into a streamer, and he wanted to hit Jian Wushuang with his round head. Jian Wushuang still didn't mean to avoid it, and directly blocked the powerful impact with his hands deep inside. Holding the puppet's head with both hands, a knee kick directly hit the puppet's abdomen, and he could see with the naked eye a large bag bulging behind the puppet. It was caused by his knee. Boom! Without giving the puppet any time to adjust, Jian Wushuang made another powerful elbow, and then directly grabbed the puppet's arm and threw it in the sky, opened his mouth, and a terror force condensed from his abdomen, and then spewed out, hitting the puppet. At the moment the power spurted out, Jian Wushuang rose into the air, surpassing the space extremely fast, already touching time. His speed surpassed his own burst of power. When the puppet was just hit, he had already reached the puppet side. Jian Wushuang's mouth raised, and he jumped directly behind the puppet, locking the puppet from behind. His own body has turned into a black hole. That is a cosmic black hole. The black aura continuously dispersed, enveloping the puppet, and then began to swallow it. After just a series of attacks, the puppet's divine power has declined somewhat. This time swallowed, there is not much hindrance then. The bound puppet couldn't move at all. The divine power is constantly weakening. Quickly dropped a full 50,000 times, looked at all the refining stars and shook his head. There is no hope anymore. Has lost 50,000 supernatural powers. There are only 450,000 puppets left. And Jian Wushuang still has these 500,000 supernatural powers. Don't look at it, only 50,000 supernatural powers are missing. But in terms of combat power, it's a huge difference. 500,000 supernatural powers are the threshold of the 5 tribulations realm, but they are the insurmountable tianjia of the 4 tribulations realm. The gap is almost infinite. Jian Wushuang felt that it was almost enough and let go of the puppet with his hands loose. The puppet, who had just gained freedom, didn't care about the reduction of his divine power and turned around to punch Jian Wushuang in the face. Bump. Hit Jian Wushuang's face with a punch, making a metal crash. Jian Wushuang hugged his hands, just like that with his face, and hardly received the opponent's punch. This punch, to him, is just like a gust of wind without any feeling. If the opponent's 500,000 supernatural powers were at his peak, he might be beaten back. But now there are only 450,000 divine powers left, which can't threaten him at all, can't even harm him. He turned his neck, raised his chin, and aimed at the puppet's face with one hand in the depths. A burst of energy instantly exploded and directly shook the puppet into the darkness. This blow is enough to solve the opponent. As expected, after he repelled the puppet, 2 puppets appeared in the center of the secret room. Looks exactly the same, and so is his supernatural power. Uses the supernatural power of refining stars. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to relax anymore this time. There are too many places he needs to pay attention to when fighting. The 2 puppets at this time did not rush to take action, but kept observing Jian Wushuang. Then the 2 puppets vacated at an extremely fast speed, and the 2 puppets, one after the other, superimposed and killed towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang brows, and he can feel that the appearance of the 2 puppets has changed a lot. Chapter 57-69. In the first round, a puppet doesn't need to cooperate with anything at all. It just comes up to fight. But when 2 puppets appeared, they were actually using tactics. Is a cooperative tactic between the 2. This time, Jian Wushuang was a little panicked. Not to mention the embarrassment, but it was caught in a hard fight. The 2 puppets separated instantly before they got close. Originally, from Jian Wushuang's perspective, only a puppet rushed towards him. 2 puppets, one in front and one behind, matched seamlessly. If it is a real-life and death fight, the cooperation of the 2 puppets is stronger than the practitioner. When the 2 puppets appeared in front of him, they separated in an instant and wrapped around one by one. He can only deal with it with his hands. The difficulty of dealing with 2 puppets is more than twice as difficult. Boom! Jian Wushuang fully condenses the breath and directly retreats to deal with it. Beast God Realm. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. A red breath swept over, turned the situation around in an instant. Although the range of the power of the beast is small, it corresponds exactly to the space of this place. At the same time, his supernatural power has also been increased. It's just that the increase is not so obvious. But there is another advantage, that is, he has twice the power of the beast god, which is not so difficult. Although he was able to do a good job at first, but after it weakened, it became dispensable for him. There is no pressure. When shot, it became extremely sharp, is not as bulky as before. Flash shoot. Since the battle, the 2 puppets and Jian Wushuang have been facing each other in the form of a triangle. The distance between Jian Wushuang and the puppet is farther than the distance between the two puppets. It is impossible to defeat each one. His speed is only a bit faster than the puppet. If it is for one of the puppets, the other puppet can arrive instantly, because the distance between him and the opponent is always farther than the distance between them. You have to think of a way to trap one. Jian Wushuang thought about the countermeasures in his heart. There is a perfect cooperation between the puppets, and Jian Wushuang also has his own tactics. He is not a fledgling boy. Fighting talent is not natural. Jian Wushuang's heart was just a thought, and he paid attention. With his hands, his body began to recede continuously, was finally submerged in darkness. Both puppets were taken aback, and then steadily stepped forward. The speed is not very fast. They are also worried about Jian Wushuang's fraud. After Jian Wushuang entered the darkness, he did have his own tactics. His hands gather strength. This time it is not a supernatural power, it is the pure power of everything. This power comes entirely from the source. He can't feel the breath of the puppet, but the puppet can sense his position based on his origin. Jian Wushuang, living in the dark, surrounded by two air masses condensed by the power of all things. One-handed pushes one first, and the air mass condensed by the power of all things rushes out of the darkness in an instant. The two puppets scattered and avoided. Is far away. The power of this blow is not small. Although the puppet has no self-awareness, it has an extremely superb fighting standard. After feeling that power, he dodges directly. It's now. Jian Wushuang's figure flickered. Taking advantage of the moment when the two puppets were separated, he shot out instantly. Watching the battle, the Lianqing sneered and said to himself, "Small bugs!" Sure enough, the next moment, before Jian Wushuang was close to the cloned puppet, the two puppets grouped together again. The speed of this outbreak surpassed Jian Wushuang. It looks like it can still burn divine power. Jian Wushuang saw this scene, but was not surprised at all, but leaked out his gaze of victory. The two puppets just wanted to join forces to step forward and beside Jian Wushuang, but found that Jian Wushuang's figure had dropped, and the two puppets rushed into the air. Jian Wushuang was not free this time. At the moment when his figure fell, a huge mass of power of all things rushed out of the darkness, directly hit the two puppets, might be 100 times stronger than the first air mass of all things. The divine power of the two puppets dropped suddenly. Jian Wushuang didn't plan to give the opponent too much time, and took advantage of the puppet's fall and directly shot. Disperse and attack. Blasted out with a punch, and the condensed supernatural power exceeded 500,000. Fight alone, the puppet is not his opponent at all. Just took a breath and solved a puppet. When the other puppet reacted, he had already freed his hand. Following the same procedure, the last puppet was solved in the blink of an eye. All this does not exceed 3 breaths. Watching Lianqing, he swallowed. His eyes changed completely. Top combat ability. Combat power is invincible at the same level. The potential is endless. 3 in 1. At this moment, there is an illusion about refining stars. He felt that Jian Wushuang might have come into being, is to pave the way for the next great era. The super powerhouse who opens up the era in the future. Originally, he only thought that Jian Wushuang might just be a wave of this era. Seeing now, he found that he's still underestimated. All beings are water. The big forces are those huge boats, towering huge waves. It represents the 8 tribulations realm. In the huge waves, there are also these blossoming waves, which is the 7 tribulations realm. Now, he feels that Jian Wushuang can become the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm. 8 tribulations realm, I dare not say anything. It takes some luck. No one dared to say this. At this time, he even forgot to start the 3rd round. Jian Wushuang in the secret room is not in a hurry, adjusting his breathing and waiting for the next opponent. The method just now can only be used once, and it will be useless if it is used again. and he still has a whole card. There is no need for a routine. Use it repeatedly. This will lower one's own creativity, as well as one's own resilience. For Lianxing, this is a test of Jian Wushuang. For Jian Wushuang, this is not only a test, but also a practice. Rare sparring. Naturally, take it well. Supernatural introverted. Jian Wushuang's hands gather supernatural power, for figures appeared instantly. 5 powerful forces are intertwined. War made a comeback. Beast God realm. Jian Wushuang broke out into the beast god realm again, and the surrounding aura was surrounded by red flames. One man fights 4 puppets is actually a bit simpler than he thought. The 2 puppets can also take care of each other, but the 4 puppets with more manpower are difficult to take care of. Jian Wushuang also discovered this when fighting these puppets. He stared at a puppet alone, trying to destroy one by one. The other 3 puppets will be blown out by him whenever they come forward. For a time, the battle against Jian Wushuang got better and better. But at this moment, the 3 puppets suddenly stopped moving. Jian Wushuang's speed also slowed down. For a time, I don't know what the other party means. The 3 puppets just glanced at Jian Wushuang and then retreated directly into the darkness. Jian Wushuang's brows moved, and he looked down at the puppet that was shot down, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 5770. As expected, a powerful force was pouring out as he expected. Not good. That puppet wants to explode. It is no longer possible to get out at this time. Jian Wushuang can only choose hard resistance. The inner armor of the candle dragon runs wildly, and the candle dragon wings are wrapped around the body. A hot wave hits instantly, and then a terrifying power burst. 500,000 supernatural power blew up. That's not just for fun. The same level of divine power may even fall. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang has beast soldiers. Will not fall. The hard resistance to supernatural power exploded, and the life force on Jian Wushuang was constantly restoring himself. The puppet blew itself up, leaving an empty shell. Has lost any power. Did they take the initiative to explode, or were they manipulated? Jian Wushuang lowered his head in thought. He now began to wonder if it was a senior star refiner who was kidding him. Otherwise, why would the puppet blew himself up? Pity. He has the power of life. Even if his power is weakened, he can instantly recover. Is really useless to him. Does not mean making stars. The puppet explodes itself, which is actually a tactic. Just happened to face Jian Wushuang, and didn't carry out this tactic to the end. Anyone who has no vitality encounters this trick will be planted. It was also because Jian Wushuang had the power of life. He didn't worry about this tactic at all, so he didn't have any defense. Thought that it would be possible to win with a single beating. Also, when fighting a practitioner, I rarely encounter self-destruction, unless it is true despair, is like a few cultivators of the same rank besieging a person, and there is no need to explode. That's why Jian Wushuang didn't have that much defense. This is also a point that Lianxing can see through. Now, Jian Wushuang is standing intact. His strength hasn't weakened a bit. How did he fight it down? Lianxing's eyes rolled round, looking at Jian Wushuang like a monster, then thought of the treasure of the innate universe. But even so, Jian Wushuang shouldn't be unscathed. Not only was he shocked, the other 3 puppets who walked out of the darkness were also taken aback. Jian Wushuang himself felt that just now was it too high profile. But there is a top powerhouse of the 7 tribulations staring at him. How can I give the other person some face? Can't be too easy. Otherwise, people will be suspicious. His trump card, the most important thing is the power of life. The power of all things is okay. He uses less now. Even if it is discovered, there is nothing, and the power of all things is not difficult to master. The strong against the sky can be mastered. When you reach the tribulation realm, you don't need to rely on the power of all things. Compared with the original universe, it means to condense all things. still needs the power of all things. The power of life is the greatest support, and no one can master it. As for the power of the starry sky, it is the strongest combat power, but it is also the power that is not afraid of being discovered. This power, in the eyes of outsiders, is no different from ordinary power. Only those who use it will understand how powerful it is. If that's the case, let's end it. Jian Wushuang thought. The second round should also be over. There's no need to drag it all the time. His power is undiminished, and sooner or later he will be suspected. Otherwise, it will end soon. Ever ancient change. Jian Wushuang yelled angrily. The arrogance on instantly turned blue, together with the hair and the clothes on the body. Jian Wushuang shot instantly. Strength and speed have been greatly improved. The three puppets, even if they besieged him, won't take any advantage. Was pressed and beaten by him instead. In less than a stick of incense, the divine power of the three puppets was almost consumed. Boom! Jian Wushuang let out a foul breath, and the three puppets have fallen down. The third round is over. There is not much confidence on the star refining side. 5 rounds. Maybe Jian Wushuang can really get through it. In the fourth round, 8 puppets. Jian Wushuang, with a pinnacle posture, dealt with the 8 puppets, but there was some pressure. This pressure was quickly compressed after thought. Although there is another whole card, the star catalog is not very useful for these puppets. But the increase in the power of Kendo is still very large. This time, he once again condenses the invisible sword. One person fights the 8 immortals. Where the sword passes, the sword spirit rises to the sky. Cut, hack, prick. The perfect Kendo is displayed extremely smoothly. Jian Wushuang enjoys it. Unknowingly, he defeated a puppet. 1 puppet is missing. That is, 10% less combat power. These puppets are dead again. When blew himself up again with a number of injuries, he was cleverly avoided by Jian Wushuang. These puppets are not cultivators, and they want to use the same tricks. If someone is not staring, he doesn't even need to hide. It's just to hide the power of life. He can't be too high profile, then designed to avoid. 8 puppets. All of them were buried at the tip of his sword. This battle, he used 80% of his combat power. If he doesn't use the eternal transformation, he can use 3 times the power of the beast god, and the divine power can be increased. With a complete outbreak, 5 to 50,000 is not a problem. Of course, this is not his limit. The most powerful treasure, he hasn't used it yet. The condensed generals on the chessboard, that is his biggest support now. Once the Jiangjia is used, his divine body is not bound by any. 5 times the power of the beast can be used. But he was worried about exposing the treasure of time and space. For a sword blank, he risked exposing the treasure of time and space. This business is not suitable. Throwing a watermelon to pick up a watermelon, he doesn't like to do it. 5th round. 16 puppets descended instantly. Lianqing was also looking forward to it at this time, staring at Jian Wushuang, wanting to see the true limit. He could feel that Jian Wushuang didn't really give his full strength. Vaguely, it seemed that Jian Wushuang's reservation was seen. Boy, let me see your strongest method. The war is about to start. 16 puppets surround Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the puppet was surrounding him, but in fact his sword aura had already surrounded the puppet. Shot instantly. The puppet directly attacked. Okanshu. Calm Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all. 16 puppets retreated at the same time, but behind them there is all condensed sword energy. Has not quit for a long time. Sword chi backstab. Excalibur. Cut the air in the front. 1 hit must hit. Boom. All the 16 puppets were shaken back. Pity. The power is scattered too much. Is not enough to hurt the puppet. Is just a simple retreat. The puppet adjusted his body and rushed again. This time, Jian Wushuang could only choose to deal with it head-on. Fortunately, there are candle dragon wings. relying on speed. The wings have shuttered, and they can barely deal with these puppets. But if this continues, he has no chance at all. Dragon lose. He has infinite origin and supernatural power. Chapter 5771 can never mark an era. Really want to be like this. Am afraid that not only does Xingxing not refine sword blanks for him, but will instead train him. Must be resolved quickly. 16 puppets, each 500,000 supernatural powers. Even if the top powerhouse of the 5 tribulations realm comes, it will have a headache. And the puppet is not like a practitioner. Practitioners can be crushed, but the puppet has no fear. On the contrary, under the command of refining the stars, he will definitely live forever. Jian Wushuang's eyes drifted away, his heart moved, and his figure instantly pulled away from the encirclement. Those puppets did not miss any chance. Watching Jian Wushuang want to escape, they surrounded them again. 16 puppets, an arm deep in one after another, then quickly extended, like 16 tentacles, rushing towards Jian Wushuang. Just stabilized his figure, Jian Wushuang, who wanted to change his offensive, was also taken aback by the sudden tentacles. Made him feel helpless. Can't be broken even if you hit it. Even if the divine sword cuts it, it can't be cut. The structure of the puppet is not hard but soft. Overcomes strength with softness. The fierceness of kendo was completely restrained. Damn it! Jian Wushuang saw that he couldn't break open, so he could only use his speed to deal with it. Can be like this, but it is in the arms of those puppets. Jia jia! Several puppets let out a stiff laugh. The sound made Jian Wushuang shudder. After jumping up and avoiding a few arms, Jian Wushuang discovered the strangeness. Unknowingly, he returned to the center of the secret room, and the tentacles come from all directions. After looked around, he also found that all the puppets had gone into the darkness and disappeared. Only saw these arms waste everywhere. Just when he had a bad premonition in his heart, the darkness around him was instantly dissipated and replaced by white condensed lights. Those arms still troubled Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang has no time to think, can only prepare hard resistance. The next means, it seems that I still have to use the armor. Originally, he felt that after reaching the limit, he forced himself to explode again. It seems that the potential of the Emperor has been developed to the extreme. Is squeezed dry. There is no potential. If it weren't for the power of the Chen family, his divine power would be up to 200,000. If it is because of Jiangjia, even if he has a basic divine power of 400,000, he can at most display the power of the peak of the 4 tribulations realm. Now his peak is on the top of the general. Jian Wushuang took a long breath. Scaly armor suddenly appeared on his body, began to wrap the armor around his body, then embedded in the flesh. The appearance is indistinguishable. This is the inner armor of the general armor, protecting the divine body from collapse. It is precisely because this inner armor protects his divine body that he can use 5 times the power of the beast god. When inner armor appeared, the star refiners in the bottom layer did not find anything special. But the next outer armor made Liangxing's brow jump. Seems to have found something in it. Divide A into the inside and out. Was also discovered by Jian Wushuang recently. Neijia guards the divine body. Weijia guards the flesh. 2 into 1, guarding together with the source. Can weaken the attack. Is stronger than the beast warrior. Is his biggest whole card now. Is able to cooperate with the beasts. Let him use 5 times the power of the beast god. Of course, 5 times is a bit exaggerated. It was only in front of death that it reached that limit. It is enough to cast 4 times now, doubled and increased by 50,000. 4 times is 200,000, plus 400,000 basic supernatural power. He'll have 600,000 supernatural powers. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang yelled, and a huge disc suddenly appeared under his feet. That is the totem of the beast god. As for the Guantin chessboard, he did not use it. If he appears, he is afraid that Lianqing will find out. Furthermore, the increase given to him by the Guantin chessboard is too small, and it is still very laborious. Only when he arrives at the Lord of the Universe will he be able to exert his power. Now it is enough to use the general armor. For times the power of the beast god, the general armor can fully bear it. Jian Wushuang's physical body grew strong and swelled instantly, and the muscles of his arms and chest were instantly exposed. What a powerful force that is, so that the divine body is fine and the physical body is almost broken. Fortunately, the outer armor guards. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. The white condensed light all around burst out in an instant. Fortunately, he took precautions and played his whole cards first. Otherwise, if the white light hits, he will be seriously injured if he is not dead. The kind of serious injury that can't even be supplemented by the life force. Jian Wushuang supported both hands, and then his entire body burst out with dark red power, forming a protective shield, enclosing himself in it. Those white lights rushed in, and all blasted on the protective cover. This is what he learned from the young master of the blood-clothed door. But his supernatural power is almost unlimited. It's okay to fight hard for a long time. Which young master's supernatural power is still relying on others, and there are too many restrictions? Boom! Ignore Bai Guang's offense. This scene caused Lianqing in the lower level to frown. Jian Wushuang's strength was beyond his expectations. In the 5th round, I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to pass, although Jian Wushuang is optimistic about Jian Wushuang. He will not be an emperor for Jian Wushuang to refine the sword blanks of the gods. Refining god-rank sword blanks. Those are the masters of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm, and even the mighty ones in the 8 tribulations realm. Refining for an emperor, what's the matter? Even if you don't talk about the required materials, is the same. It takes the host's essence and blood, sword Wushuang, to be an emperor, and he cannot bear it. The essence and blood needed can almost be drained of Jian Wushuang. This is nothing. Refining the sword blank of the gods requires a complete kendo. Where do I get this? He doesn't think Jian Wushuang's kendo can withstand it. Can't borrow it. Do not pass lightly. Everyone understands. Therefore, he didn't want Jian Wushuang to refine the sword blanks of the gods. The price is too high. It's better to wait until the 8 tribulations realm than refining. Ku Jian Wu has very high hands and even higher eyes. 8 tribulations realm do not know when to wait. Now he needs to improve his combat power, not to mention the threat of Qi Temple. Let's talk about the ancient Wood Holy Meeting now. Wan Lushenmu, Jian Wushuang, an emperor, faced these opportunities. Is too much effort. Super eternal change. He needs to explore. It is very likely that he will not be able to help him in the emperor. The realm of the emperor. Jian Wushuang's strongest whole card against practitioners is the star catalog. So I need the most powerful sword blank. There is also a chance of a catastrophe in the Wan Lushenmu. The chance to break through the tribulation realm and reach the Lord of the Universe is in the willows. Before entering Wanlu, he was still an emperor, so he had to spare no effort to increase his strength. If you don't fight now, it will be him when you die. 16 puppets besieged. Jian Wushuang is unmoved. The white light dissipated. Before the darkness fell, Jian Wushuang started to move. Chapter 5772. On the surrounding walls, he saw the puppets took off an arm, and the arm under him had a huge circular opening. The white light burst out from it. Now is the time for him to hunt. Jian Wushuang instantly rushed to a puppet before the darkness fell. The scarlet arm and deep palm directly crushed the puppet's head. Although it can be regenerated, but regeneration also requires divine power. He only needs to exhaust the power of these puppets. Solve one in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang defeated the 9 puppets. The remaining 7 puppets wanted to reinstall their arms, but Jian Wushuang did not give this opportunity. The 7 puppets, after fully recovering themselves, are still somewhat threatening. It's better to take advantage of their strength to drop and solve them completely. Without holding the sword with both hands, he directly condensed a ball of light that was about to burst. A handful of them was thrown at the remaining puppets. The scarlet ball of light was once again born in the palm of the hand, like a rainstorm pear blossom, madly throwing at the puppet. There was a terrifying crackling sound, and the shaking room was shaking. Jian Wushuang did not intend to stop, has consumed half of his divine power before stopping. 600,000 divine power. Half of it consumes 300,000. With 300,000 supernatural powers, it takes time for him to use the power of all things to replenish it. Jian Wushuang gasped. The scarlet blood cell broke the darkness, and Jian Wushuang saw the puppets. They were all inlaid on the wall, and their body lost the luster of supernatural power. Only then did he rest assured that Jiang A was included in the Guantin chessboard in the source. Then the increase in the power of the beast also disappeared. He dragged his tired body and landed on the ground. When using the general armor, he removed the eternal change. Although it is a bit troublesome, there is no way now. He didn't need to be so troublesome only when the ancient transformation was able to increase the source of the divine body. Once the super-eternal change is created, then his divine power merged with the origin, and he couldn't imagine the increased divine power. The simple eternal change, only by increasing the origin, can increase his origin by 10 times its combat power, if it is created by super-eternal changes. Cannot imagine. He got the guidance and treasures of Tongha's sword Immortal, and he has been comprehending. The bottleneck is only after becoming the tribulation realm, or when it is the master of the universe, before it can perform super-eternal changes. It's out of play now. Fortunately, he has a general, his strength has been greatly improved, he has enough cards, and he has determination for the holy meeting. Wan Lu, he will definitely open and enter. Where is the chance of him becoming the Lord of the universe? Jian Wushuang calmed down for a while, and his divine power continued to recover. Glancing at the ruined puppets, the corners of his mouth moved. Ended. The voice was small, but the deity who made the star came personally. Then came a throne cast of white jade. The Lianxing sitting on the throne raised his hand and said tremblingly, "Is this the strength you hide?" Jian Wushuang nodded without asking. The outbreak, just now, is indeed his strongest combat power. Although it can still use 5 times the power of the beast god, the burden is too large, and the divine power that can be exerted is limited. 5 times the power of the beast is only suitable for him to use briefly in extreme situations. Not suitable for the battle just now. Therefore, the combat power just now is his peak combat power. Senior, let's talk about it now. Jian Wushuang stared at Lianxing. He was really afraid that the other party would regret it, and at the bottom of his heart, he was thinking about whether to give him some more benefits. But after another thought, although there were many treasures on his body, there were some treasures that could not be taken out. There's no need to say the treasure of time and space. The beast soldiers are his powerful treasures today, so naturally it is impossible to give them away. The rest is Dongzhen's bones, which are the bones of his own fusion divine power, and he can't take them out. He has the life force that Sanji most needs, but it is not suitable for people. Moreover, his vitality is at the level of emperors. It's okay to help ordinary robbery. Want to revive the strong above the 6 tribulations realm. He needs to condense the life force for countless years, so that it will be exposed. A strong person at the level of refining stars, similar to the original Qixin body. It is estimated that the vitality of the time of an epic, he doesn't have that time and he doesn't have the guts. Even if some of the remaining treasures were taken out, the other party would not look down upon them. Some of the treasures of the Chen family can only be sold for hundreds of billions of cosmic crystals. Then the source stone, Sacred Mountain, can be taken out. Enough to make 7 tribulations realm heart move. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang took the source stone Xinshan out. Senior, this source stone sacred mountain was obtained by accident when I was trespassing outside the territory. Because of my weak strength, I have never dared to take it out. I heard that this source stone can maintain the origin of the universe. The younger generation is willing to offer it. I only ask for a level. Sword blank. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he handed the white mountain peak, whose shape had shrunk by several times, to Lianxing. Seeing this source stone sacred mountain, Star Refining was indeed a little surprised. But it's not surprising how precious the source stone Xinshan is. This is really nothing to him. To his surprise, Jian Wushuang, an emperor, actually had a source stone sacred mountain. But after thinking about it, Jian Wushuang's combat power is not weaker than an ordinary 5 Tribulation Realm powerhouse, and there is no surprise. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang's words gave Dou Lu and couldn't help but smile. Haha, Jian Wushuang, this source stone sacred mountain, if it is given to other 7 calamities, maybe the other party will be tempted. But for me, this is a mountain that is too ordinary to be ordinary. Just kidding, he is the #1 caste in Gumu continent, and he can rank in the top in the entire Guyu time and space. I don't know how many people ask him to refine the treasure. The beginning is the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm. Those masters of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm do not know how much wealth they have. The treasures that took out of the casting gods like Star Refining are the topmost in the 7 tribulations realm. The source stone Xinshan, what is it? If you take 10 more, you won't be able to look forward to the Star Refining. All the treasures of the 8 tribulations realm universe on his body have a complete set. If you need treasures, you only need a word, and countless people rush to send it to him. Go and get a treasure from an emperor, and it won't be able to save face when it is spread out. Jian Wushuang blinked and understood. The treasure that I took out is still not good, but there is no other way. He has even more powerful treasures, enough to make Star Refining and even the 8 tribulations realm look enthusiastic. But the importance to him surpasses the original divine sword. Forget it. Since I promised to help you refine the sword blank, I won't collect your treasures. But this god-rank sword blank is not as easy as you thought. Lianxing laughed bitterly and then refined the god-rank sword blank. The matter of the control system, I said it. Chapter 5773. Jian Wushuang listened to the cloud and mist, although he didn't understand. But he probably knew a little bit. That's Star Refining, and he was worried that he could not bear the backlash when he was assisting. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. This is nothing to him. Senior, I have decided, and I hope Senior will make it happen. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists in salute. Seeing this, Lianxing regretted telling Jian Wushuang about the god-rank sword blank. It seems to be ready to plunge to the end. After a short pause, Lianxing touched his beard and finally relieved. Also, since you persist in this way, then I will break the rules and refining a peerless divine sword for you. After refining the star, he frowned and added another sentence. But you have to promise me one request. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was taken aback and then firmly said, Don't say one request that is 10 or 100, and the juniors are also willing. Haha, you don't need to be so full of words. My request is very strict. Lianxing laughed. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Could it be that seniors have any special hobbies? Go, you brat, what's in your mind? Old Lianxing blushed and then hurriedly said, My request is actually very simple. If the divine sword is in your hands, you must not bury it. Its power. After hearing this request, Jian Wushuang relaxed and patted his chest to ensure that the prestige of the divine sword would be spread to the entire Guyu time and space. Lianxing smiled slightly. Jian Wushuang, who didn't feel it, boasted, Famous Guyu, the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm, can do it. He recognized Jian Wushuang's potential and strength very much. The 7 tribulations realm may not be impossible. After pondering in my heart, I felt that it was actually quite good to refine a god-level sword blank for an emperor, mainly because of Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang in the future really became the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe, Megatron Guyu Time and Space used his divine sword. It is also a good story. Sword blank. I still have to look at the treasure house, if the materials are enough. Just after agreeing, Star Refining started to have a headache. He has a lot of materials, but the materials of the sword blanks he seems to have nothing left. If the materials are not enough, he has to go to the daytime to buy some. It's a little troublesome. During the day, 9 heavens and 10 earths, the strongest cosmic secret realm. It is also the oldest secret realm. Ancient moon god sect is located in the daytime. However, it does not interfere with the internal forces during the day. The 8-star sect that sits in the daytime still has the power to completely rule the daytime. Jian Wushuang didn't even know at this time. He didn't even need the materials, so he asked, "Senior, what materials are used to refine the god-level sword blanks?" "I'll buy them in the city." "Thanks, Tusk. It seems that you still don't have a thorough understanding of the power of the god-ranked sword blanks. Which materials were bought by you and Emperor? Don't think about it. This time I will cover all the materials, but it will take some preparation time." When Lian Xing heard Jian Wushuang's words, he felt a little funny. Jian Wushuang's heart warmed. He didn't expect to meet for the first time. Not only did he let the other party help him refine the god-rank sword blank for free, he didn't need to produce the materials. This kindness is great. He needs to write it down. In the future, if the achievement is high, it will be paid back. By the way, it just so happens that the royal capital will hold a special auction recently, so you will come with me to take a look. There are some special treasures that are very useful when you become the Lord of the Universe. Can't even hear. Jian Wushuang brazenly. Lianxing said indifferently, "These treasures are usually those superpowers and bought to their own Tinjiao. They are extremely precious. Any one of them may have several Hunyuan stones." Hunyuan stone? Not to mention those treasures, he hadn't even heard of this peculiar-sounding Hunyuan stone. Haha, that's right, you, an emperor, shouldn't have heard of the Hunyuan stone. Generally, those who have this kind of thing are the Lord of the Universe. It is condensed in the universe, one era, the universe of the 3 tribulations realm. The Lord can only condense one. The Master of the universe of the 4 tribulations can condense 10. And so on. The Master of the universe of the 8 tribulations can condense 100,000. You now understand its value. Explained. 100,000. When he heard this number, Jian Wushuang was stunned. If you count it this way, it's really precious. The weakest master of the universe can condense 1 in the time of an epoch. The master of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm can condense 100,000 stars. But there are only a few of the masters of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm. In history, there are many. But in today's era, I am afraid there are not many. The origin stone Shinshan that you just took out is worth about 3,000 yuan stones. Lianxing feared that he could not understand, so he took out a reference. Jian Wushuang had a better understanding this time. The Lord of the Universe in the 6 tribulations realm needs 3 epochs to condense 3,000 mixed stones. This value is indeed not small. No wonder the 7 tribulations realm will be tempted. Of course, the 7 tribulations realm here is talking about scattered tribulation. If it is the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm, naturally he doesn't care much about this source stone, sacred mountain. The master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm, in one era, 10,000 mixed yuan stones can be produced in the universe. Then what's the effect of this Hunyuan stone? Jian Wushuang had doubts again in his heart. Being able to be so precious is still the Lord of the Universe, unique. There must be some use, he didn't know. Then he asked. Lianxing also gave an explanation patiently. This Hunyuan stone, to be precise, was calculated based on the background of its own universe. For example, the master of the universe in the seven tribulations realm and the ordinary master of the universe in the seven tribulations realm can produce 10,000 mixed essence stones. That's just the threshold. And it's also about one's own background. No one will tell the truth. The powerful master of the universe of the seven tribulations realm can even produce 30,000 or even 50,000 Hanyuan stones in one era. Only you know how much you produce, so you won't show it off naturally. It's about your own combat power. The strong will hide themselves. Just like Jian Wushuang, if it's not for asking for help, Okanshu. Calm, he will not show his strength. The more cards you have, the safer you will be in the spiritual world. As for the role of Hanyuan stone, there are quite a few. First of all, this is produced by the universe and can also feed back to the universe. If one is injured, then the universe will also be damaged. Then this Hanyuan stone is a great tonic. But doing so is actually a bit wasteful. Without a last resort, no one will use the Hanyuan stone to heal injuries. The bigger role is to deal with catastrophe. Every time you cross the catastrophe, you need to reserve a large amount of mixed stones. This is almost the consensus of all robberies. Hanyuan stone is about the background. The more you accumulate, the greater your grasp of crossing the catastrophe. Many of the masters of the universe who suppressed their own calamities did not survive the calamity, not only because of their lack of strength. Chapter 5774. The reason why is bigger is still because of the Hanyuan stone. With sufficient mixed stones at the critical moment of crossing the calamity, use the mixed stones to stabilize the original universe, and you can successfully cross the calamity. Failed to cross the catastrophe, the universe is ruined, is because the catastrophe is aimed at the universe condensed by practitioners, is not the practitioner himself. The universe, which was supposed to be the supreme rule, was born. Practitioners, who can condense the universe, are doing things against the sky. That's why there is a catastrophe. Tribulation is aimed at the universe, and scattered tribulation cannot condense the power of life, and it is also targeted by the supreme rule. Is a small punishment. The emperor is after Dao Exan is completed, is the best end point for supreme rule, customization. But there are people who are against the sky to condense the universe. From where is the rule of treasure, steal power? So there was a robbery. This is the origin of the robbery. After Jian Wushuang understood, he began to consider his own universe. No wonder he feels faintly uneasy every time he uses a thought of the universe. And no matter what level of his strength, he will be burdened when he thinks about the universe. Turns out to be the reason for the supreme rule. A trip against the sky. Emperor is complete. Perhaps the emperor, consummation is the best ending. If that were the case, he would be invincible now. It is a pity that there is a master of the universe. Above the universe, Jian Wushuang thought of those strong men who lived forever. They should be beyond the master of the universe. These people are more against the sky. Why does it still exist forever? Jian Wushuang has doubts. Lianqing seems to have seen something. In fact, he doesn't know. But he knows many strong people, and there are some cosmic masters in the 8 tribulations realm. What has been heard? Some of the masters of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm do not know. According to what he knew, those eternal existences seemed to be drawn by a force. In the 9 great spaces, they were said to be invincible, but not invincible, because they basically don't interfere with the 9 great spaces. The status is very high, but the influence is very weak. Didn't even make a move. Is extremely mysterious. Of course, this is also heard. Then talked about this matter. Jian Wushuang listened carefully, also began to plan ahead. There are too many secrets in these 9 great time and space. The source of time and space is the starry sky. What is at the end? Maybe the master of the 8 tribulations realm universe. I don't know. Only those eternal beings know. Jian Wushuang sobered up his thoughts, no longer thinking about these. He is still just an emperor, and it doesn't matter if he knows it. I found the Hanyuan stone from Lianqing. thought of the origin of the universe, his current universe background. There are 9,000 black holes. Is divided according to the time and space of the ancient moon, the background of the Lord of the Three Tribulations realm, but 1,000 black holes. When he became the Lord of the universe, he probably condensed at least 10,000 black holes, is 10 times the master of the ordinary universe. How many condensed Hunyuan stones will there be? Perhaps he will not be short of Hunyuan stone in the future. His path to the tribulation realm is even smoother. Followed by their more powerful Jia, Lianxing grasped the ball in his hand and said, "There are still a few days before the auction. You should prepare for it first. When the day comes, follow the message on the token I gave you. Where will you go and wait?" That's it. Yes. After Jian Wushuang agreed, he didn't bother either. After bidding farewell, he turned and left. From the ground to the first level. Seeing him come out, the very outer disciple who refines the stars approached respectfully. Jian Wushuang is naturally polite. Then I thought of the casting who coaxed Li Ming'er, said to an outside disciple, "Brother, do you know the young man wearing a purple robe?" This. I really don't know, but if Brother Jian has something to do, I can let him come over. Then he beckoned to a handyman to come over to call the young man who had deceived Li Ming'er. Jian Wushuang was a bit speechless, also has a clear understanding of the upper and lower levels of these caste gods. The disciples of Lianxing are the most famous casters in Shigua and the entire Gomu continent. Very high status. The casters who came to observe, the handyman whose status is not so low. But out of here he is a guest of various families. The identity of a master is so popular. Which young man in a purple robe heard the handyman telling him that a distinguished guest asked him something. So he squeezed his face and leaned over. When Jian Wushuang saw that person's face, he felt disgust in his heart. Even the little girl's universe, crystal deceived. He wanted to throw this person into the furnace next to him. See if the opponent's face is thick or the flame is strong. The villain Gushan I have seen an adult. Gushan was extremely humble and cautious in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, pretending to be interested, and said, "Gushan, I ask you, what is your relationship with Li Ming'er?" Li Ming'er. For a while, Gushan didn't know who it was. After another thought, he just gave him the universe crystal, and then he reacted. "My lord, Li Ming'er has nothing to do with the villain. Just an ordinary friend." Gushan reacted quickly and said directly. Li Ming'er suddenly gave him a lot of universe crystals, and he was also a little curious about how the other party got them. Also worried that it was stolen. Hearing Jian Wushuang's question, he was afraid of contaminating the relationship, so he cleared it away. Jian Wushuang turned around his eyes and looked at a woman who was coming with Gushan. He could see through the line of cause and effect on the two of them at a glance, and said calmly, "So then there is nothing to say. I thought Ming'er. It's your Taoist companion. It turned out to be just an ordinary friend." This. Gushan was in a daze for a moment, quickly changed his words. "Senior, in fact, Miss Ming'er and I have known each other all the time. When we were weak, we all worked in the same house." Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Jian Wushuang turned and left. "It's just a villain. It's not worth paying too much attention to. Find a chance and kill it." After leaving the refinery to visit, there are still a few days before the auction. He didn't know where to go for a while. After walking around the city, he found a relatively secret restaurant and stayed nearby. Stay still, time goes by. Also specializes in the details of super eternal changes. Although the emperor is hopeless, he still has to plan for the future. In the few days he felt it was going to be outdated in a hurry. A piece of news came quietly from the Yu country. Is Wuli. There is also Elder Muqin. One after another, they sent him a message. Seeing the content of the message, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. The royal family of Yu gifted him and Jean Chen's residence destroyed. I don't know what it was, suddenly destroyed. Many practitioners were even killed in the city. The murderer cannot be found. The powerhouse of the royal family is already exploring the ruins, but couldn't find any clues. Could it be Emperor Bobby? Jian Wushuang couldn't sit still. Chapter 5775. He can think of the strong against him, and it is also Bobby. If the other party knows, he still has the deity, and he will definitely not let it go. But after another thought, if so, Bobby D must control his clone. His clone is always beside Bobby D. Who is it? Jian Wushuang frowned. Maybe not him. But Jinqin is even more impossible. Besides, Jinqin should still be in the daughter country now. Who is targeting him? Or for Jinqin, is it because of the royal family? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. After a hurried reply, the whole person also fell into a tight state. Jing, waiting for the investigation of the royal family powerhouse, was able to cover up his whereabouts, killing so many practitioners without knowing it and ruining the mansion. Jian Wushuang suddenly widened his eyes. He thought of the beetle. That thing is alive, and it's in the mansion. Magic is it? If that's the case, he will play big this time. I thought that bug was not easy, can continue to evolve. And as long as there is power, it seems that there is no bottleneck and it can continue to change. If this is the case, it makes sense. Most of the practitioners killed by had nothing to do with the royal family, are all unimportant people. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang regretted a bit. He had already said that he would kill him if he knew it. At the same time, he also thought of the pink meatball under Lu Fengpo. When the sword blank is refined, he will go to Lu Fengpo again to destroy the pink meatball. Pink ball of flesh, very similar to that beetle, is to absorb power and then continue to grow stronger, is probably by one person. Scourge. As for the beetle, I am afraid that they have all evolved into the tribulation realm now, and that is not what he is going to worry about. Fortunately, it is not against his existence. Ran away and ran away. Even if it becomes a robbery, it is not invincible. If there are too many people to kill, they will be targeted by the super strong and beheaded. There is no need for him to worry about it. But the pink meatball hasn't really grown up yet, although trapped underground. But who knows if he will run out? It's better to destroy it. But he didn't know. That bug is terrible. There is no bottleneck. Infinite growth. Yugua, Miyue Mountain Villa. Scarlet Swept. The original prosperous villa once claimed to have thousands of emperors and immortals. There are even more powerhouses in the robbery realm. Is a paradise for casual repairs. But now, the scattered flesh and the breath that has not disappeared. The owner of Shanzhuang was even placed on a wall. Looking along the wall, the corpses are everywhere. Click! The cracking sound of bones sounded. A pedestrian monster trampled on the broken bones on the ground at will. The tail behind it was raised, and there was a sharp bone spur at the end of the tail. Bone spurs were being inserted into a corpse. A force followed the tail into the monster's body. The monster opened his hands in excitement, his eyes shrank, and his power was sublimating. Its power is now comparable to the 4 tribulations realm, absorbed a number of experts in the 3 tribulations realm here, allowing him to successfully reach the 4 tribulations realm, although it is not human, but it has great wisdom that humans don't have. A pair of wise eyes whirled steadily. The revolving robber realm powerhouses are almost all casual cultivators. There is no background. Was killed and no one cares about it. Guru. After a strange noise made from the monster's mouth, he suddenly turned his head and looked towards the sky. Then the breath became extremely restrained, exactly the same as Jian Wushuang. Also quickly disappeared in Miyue Villa in the blinking. When the monster disappeared, a crack appeared in the sky. A woman wearing a high crown and golden robe walked out of the crack. She, very noble, glamorous and peerless, raising hands and feet is enough to make practitioners fearful. The female emperor of Yu Kingdom, the lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm. She came here, just glanced at the miserable condition below. Her expression was a little moved. not because she was pitying these casual practitioners, but worried. Since the daughter's residence was destroyed, within 3 days, the entire Yu country has lost 100 of them inexplicably. Emperor is countless. Among the 100 tribulation realms, half are the first tribulation realm, followed by the second tribulation realm. This place is the 3 tribulations realm. At this speed, it won't take long for it to threaten the 4 tribulations realm. Some people are not worried, but as the Emperor of Vietnam, Empress Fengqian was worried. Only every time when she felt the evil aura appeared, the aura disappeared without a trace as soon as she hurried over, was able to escape her mind power range at this speed. Either the speed is the best in the world, and the strength is outstanding. If this is the case, why be afraid of her? The high probability is that there is a certain secret method that can hide oneself. This time, the Empress confirmed her own thoughts. Just arrived, waved his hands, countless red long sleeves flew out from behind, bombarding Miwa Villa below, was instantly destroyed within hundreds of millions of miles. Searching again, but still nothing. Fengqian gave up, raised his hand to tear the space, and left the place. At the same time, in the crust of thousands of miles underground, the humanoid monster shrank into a ball. After feeling the terrifying breath of the Empress left, it opened its eyes again, then left here at a very fast speed. Then go to find the next target. Although he has no bottleneck, he needs to avoid the strong when he is weak. In the first few days, he could be unscrupulous, but now that he has been targeted, he needs to be treated with care. Need to change a place. Yu country, it remembered. Waiting for the strength is enough. It wants to swallow the entire Yu country in its abdomen. Above, Guyu time and space, on a miniature planet. The time and space of this place is completely separated from the time and space of Guyu, is like an independent space-time. There is only such a planet. Who? This planet is only more than 10 miles in diameter, which is extremely small. The layout is also very simple. Above the planet, there is a strange house. Outside the house, it was full of grass, and there were a few narrow paths. The sunshine poured invisibly. This place is extremely warm. On the grass, a monkey plays wantonly, and the cry came from a fat man with blue skin. He has blue skin all over, but he is wearing a black robe, and he has 2 tentacles on his forehead. The fat blue man who was sleeping asleep was unremarkable, and there was not much breath on his body. His identity is not simple. Very few people know him. Every time you take a nap, it is counted by the epoch. Very low-key. But at this time, there is a power that is calling him. The fat blue man touched his nose and woke up from his sleep. The force that pulled him made him unconsciously look at the Guyu time and space below. The secret realm of Wuhua. The source of power. Chapter 5776. Stone Country. Jian Wushuang. After dealing with the things from the Yu country, he didn't want to practice. Originally, he planned to go to the kendo again and perfect the Starry Sky catalog to show the way to the future. The thing about that monster, I didn't have a trace of interest. Fortunately, time flies quickly, just a few days, and it changes in a flash. On this day before dawn, Jian Wushuang came to a relatively remote alley in the East City alone, waiting for the star refinement. According to the address on the token, this is the place. Is a bit mysterious. Is not like those auctions he used to see with fanfare. This place is not only hidden, but also very quiet. A big person like Lianqing will come, and the treasures traded are all based on the mixed stone. The threshold is so high that one can imagine. The weakest is probably the Lord of the Universe, and he is not an ordinary master of the universe. It is estimated that the weakest is equivalent to Wu Li. In Yu country, those are the ancestors of the top 10 families. Can be here, but he is an inconspicuous little person. After all, an auction that can be seen in star refining. I am afraid that there are many masters of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm, as well as powerhouses from the 7 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang is an emperor, not to mention. can only honestly wait for the arrival of Lianqing. Waited not long. The bluestone ground in the alley suddenly leaked a hole, which shocked Jian Wushuang. I saw that after the bluestone slab disappeared, there was a stone step at the entrance of the dark cave. Just when Jian Wushuang was at a loss, a clear footstep came from below. Then Jian Wushuang saw an old lady with pale face and withered skin coming up from below. Inferring from the opponent's breath alone, he is at least a four-tribulation realm powerhouse. Is not the Lord of the Universe. It's just a robbery. The strength is not strong, but the appearance is too scary. Jia Jia, this distinguished guest, please follow me. The old woman saw Jian Wushuang with her hands in her sleeves. The corners of her mouth did not move, but she could make a sound. Jian Wushuang was taken aback for a moment, and then he wanted to report the name of Lianqing. But when I think about it, the entrance to such a mysterious auction is underground. I am afraid it is also to hide the identity. Did not speak either. Honestly followed the old woman into the underground, all the way down the bluestone steps. Left for a long time. The speed of the key, too, is not slow, is not ordinary step by step, is one step at a time. From top to bottom, Jian Wushuang at least stepped down 1,000,000 steps. This place is at least 10 feet away from the ground. Such a deep place. Jian Wushuang did not expect that someone built a palace here. When he entered, there were already many people sitting in the hall. When he entered the main hall, the bluestone steps of the gods disappeared. The whole hall is more like suspended in midair. Can't feel the fluctuation of the surrounding space. Is like this place, it's normal without the Stone King. Jian Wushuang didn't think about it. Since he has been here for so long, he waited honestly. An old woman took him to a place that was considered to be the front of the throne, and then left. Told him before leaving that the auction would be held before dawn. This made Jian Wushuang a little confused. They were all underground, so they didn't know if it was dawn. When he first asked this question, he saw a crystal ball on the case in front of the throne. 90% on the top is black and 10% is white. Represents the time outside at this time. It's so magical. Jian Wushuang stroked it lightly. The material was special, and he didn't feel how it was refined. Nianli looked around. A strong breath made him breathless. Half of the strong are the masters of the universe. The other half is Sanjia, the Lord of the Universe. Most of them are in the 5 Tribulations realm. Is the top powerhouse in Vietnam. There are also several masters of the universe in the 6 Tribulations realm. As for the Diaspora realm, the weakest is the 5 Tribulations realm. This threshold can be said to be very high. Is just these strong men, he doesn't know any of them. Is a little boring sitting down. Just when he wanted to close his eyes and waited for the auction to begin, a familiar breath came from a distance. Then many strong people in the hall began to speak. Brother Tongha, Sword Fairy, Li Changsheng. Jian Wushuang also followed his gaze. The person here is just the Tongha Sword Fairy with whom he has an Li Changsheng. He didn't come alone, he took one with him. Is his granddaughter, Li Ming'er. Seeing the other person walking towards him, Jian Wushuang quickly got up and said respectfully, Tongha Senior. Wushuang nephew is here too. Tongmerge is not too surprised. He thinks Jian Wushuang has the strength and background. See this kind of auction. Not to mention, Jian Wushuang's background is really not small, although not as exaggerated as strength. But in the entire Gomu continent, that's the number 1 person. The royal family's Cheng Longquai son-in-law, and the guarantee of the daughter of the newly promoted 7 Tribulation Realm Universe Lord. Plus now, I got acquainted with the first cast master of the ancient wood continent to refine the stars. Know the strong, that is one of the best. The strong around saw Tongha Jianxian actually chatting with a junior, and they all thought about it. Wushuang. Could it be that Jian Wushuang of the first emperor of Yu Kingdom? Someone frowned. A member of the Stone Royal family. Shared Jiu's matter, although not big, but the movement is not small. At the beginning, there were strong people in Shurgwa who were not convinced and wanted to go to Uegwa to find a place. Was finally stopped by a stone country's 7 Tribulations realm. But now that Jian Wushuang came to Shurgwa, I still feel a little uncomfortable. The Taoist couple who snatched Tianjiao from the Stone King clan is still so blatant. But this is an auction after all. They don't dare to go too far. They can only remember it in their hearts. The auctions here are in Shurgwa, and even the ancient Wood continent are all top-notch. There are a lot of powerhouses in the 7 Tribulation realm. Sometimes, even the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm will see it. The operator behind is extremely mysterious. According to rumors, it was opened by the flame gods, but it has not been recognized. Is still a mystery for the owner of this place. Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to these, but he had no choice but to treat those unfriendly gazes as if he hadn't seen it. Fortunately, Tongha Jianxian sat next to him, and the two of them chatted together. Are mainly some strong people in the chat hall. Of course, both of them are privately transmitted. From Tongha Jianxian, Jian Wushuang also has a clear understanding of the current powerhouses in the Stone Kingdom. After knowing that he was going to see the sacred meeting, Tongha's sword Immortal did not hide it, and said a lot about his position and future opponents. Stand. Jian Wushuang's position is definitely to help the female emperor of the Yu Kingdom become the ancient Wood Saint. Of course, this is only a superficial partnership, and the biggest benefit is to open Wanlu. Chapter 5777. It's just that I can't say. No one would believe it. He is an emperor, plus a half-step 4 Tribulations realm of the universe lord, trying to open Wanlu in vain. This is not a joke. I thought everyone was the original master of Yakoki. Although helping the empress to win the position of saint, it is just a cover. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Jian Wushuang also wanted to know more about some of the strong men in the holy meeting. It is said that the place where the holy meeting is held is an independent space. Wanlu is among them. He and Wu Li opened Wanlu if they were besieged. The first time they found them were the strong men who participated in the holy meeting. Are all masters of the universe. Although the emperor also has it, the role of the emperor in the holy meeting is very small. It's just an auxiliary role. In terms of combat power, they are still the masters of the universe. I learned from Tongha Jianxian there are only 3 strong men in the position of the gladiatorial saints who are going to participate in the holy meeting in Shurgwa this time, are the masters of the 5 Tribulations realm universe. After Jian Wushuang heard about it, he was secretly surprised. This is only the master of the female universe would be able to gather 5 Tribulations realm. Then the 5 Tribulations universe master within the entire Stone Kingdom's power would have at least 2 digits. In the entire Yu country, there is only 1 female emperor. This gap is more than a huge difference. The strength of the 3 masters of the universe, 2 of them are at the pinnacle, and 1 of them is consummating, are all the best in this battle of saintess qualifications. Belongs to several popular powerhouses who have won the Holy Throne. Although the Empress function is also among them, but the background is not good, and there are too few helpers. I am afraid that there are not a few masters of the universe who can get it, and the holy meeting will fall. A large number of strong men will fall in every holy meeting. If you win, there will be many benefits. The saint is stationed in the ancient Wood School, and she will bring her own confidant to the strong. If Empress Fengqian becomes a candidate, then Jian Wushuang and Wu Li will not only get the resources and treasures in the holy meeting place, can also rub the light of the Empress and become the core of the ancient Wood School. There will be more treasures. This is also why there are so many strong men who rush forward and embrace. The benefits of the holy meeting are too many. The glory of ancient Wood continent, there is only this fig leaf left. Every year in the holy meeting, there will be some strong people who come to the fore and are recruited by the Gumu faction. Like the Yunji Kingdom Lord, he and the Empress Fengqian also practiced in the ancient Wood School, although each finally returned to his own power. If it is external, it represents the ancient wood school. Tongha Jianxian was also a little envious when talking about the holy meeting. He is not from Goma continent. He is not qualified to participate. Jian Wushuang, with your strength, I believe you can control some battles. By then you can't fight too far. Everything is based on your own. The female emperor of your country is not as high as your heart. This sentence Tongjian the Immortal said very heavy. Jian Wushuang just nodded without answering. He doesn't know whether the empress is high-spirited, but starting from herself, that's absolutely fine. He wouldn't be foolish to give his life to the empress. Do your best. The most important thing is the chance within Wanlu. The opportunity in the holy meeting, he doesn't like it, is not very helpful. He actually doesn't lack treasures now. What he lacks is chance inheritance, and some rare treasures. In the past, he was worried that the treasures were not enough. But now, his original promotion is almost complete. There are chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard, which can be swallowed casually. After became the Lord of the Universe, he was able to swallow the chess pieces of the font size. Within a short period of time, he was not short of original treasures. If you don't have enough, you can buy it. Anyway, Guyu time and space is dominated by divine power, and the treasures of the origin are very cheap. As for supernatural power, he is even more indispensable. There are Dongjun bones. At first, just feeling the breath can greatly increase the divine power. With the help of power, he swallowed all the aura on the surface, and his divine power reached 400,000. After he became the Lord of the Universe, he swallowed all the bones. Don't say much before the 7 tribulations realm. He didn't lack the treasures of increased divine power. The sword blank he lacks now also has eyebrows. Before the holy meeting it can be done. External things he is already saturated. The only thing missing is practice time. It has only been more than 10,000 years since it came to Guyu time and space. At this point, he didn't have time to practice. If it hadn't been some time ago, the divine power had made a huge breakthrough. His strength has not changed much. Before the holy meeting, he didn't have much time to practice. Even if time accelerates, nothing can be cultivated in that little time. Unconsciously, only a trace of white remained on the crystal ball on the note. Represents the outside world, which is about to dawn. Ku Jian Wushuang still didn't see Lianqing. Just when he thought the other party would not come, a noise came from the outside world. After that, the strong in the hall all silenced. Regardless of whether it is the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm or the powerhouses in the 7 tribulations realm, they all leaked a respectful look and looked outside the hall. The big shot comes. An old man with a simple dress and a ruddy complexion walked in from outside the hall with a smile on his face. After entering the hall, I didn't forget to say something. Finally caught up. As soon as these words came out, many people who slapped their beards and patted horses quickly said, "Senior Star Refining has come. It is an honor for me to wait." The person who came is the Lianqing. The reason why I came late is actually because of Jian Wushuang. In the past few days, he even went to the daytime and collected all the necessary materials. The rest is in this auction. He was originally qualified to exchange it directly, but it was not necessary. No one dared to him even when he came to the auction. Lianqing walked up to the foremost throne at will and then settled down. After took a seat, the crystal ball on the note table completely lost its white luster. The auction will also officially begin. But at this moment, another person appeared outside the temple. The smell of the coming person is very weak. Compared with the strong in the temple is like a baby. Although the breath is weak, the movement caused by entering the hall is not small. Fan Tianfeng. Jian Wushuang's eyes trembled. He thought Fan Tianfeng had already left. I didn't expect to come to the auction here. When everyone saw the first young master of the Stone Country, their expressions were all moved. The offspring of the strongest 8 tribulations in the ancient Wood continent, and the most important offspring, will become the master of the Flame Kingdom in the future. Fan Tianfeng's identity is much higher than those of the Stone Kings. Otherwise, it won't be that big a face. Just a letter can make Lianxing help Jian Wushuang to refine the sword blank. On the high platform of the main hall, a phantom of a woman in red appeared. When he saw Fan Tianfeng, his brow furrowed. She is also a descendant of the flame god. Compared with Fan Tianfeng, her status is much worse. The descendants of the flame gods, although not many, but the difference is still very big. Chapter 5778. Fan Tianfeng's position in the flame fuckingdom is second only to the flame deity. This status, even the current leader of Shirgua, must be treated politely. Fan Tianfeng walked into the hall, glanced around at random, and found a place to sit down. The momentum and attitude are both irresistible. Jian Wushuang looked a little envious. Can't help but sigh with emotion. I wish I had half of her chic. He was a little envious when he thought that the other party would go to the long river of time and space where the Qixin temple was located. Reincarnation is really a skill. Obviously, he was not very successful in this regard. Don't know what happened to the others. Hui Qing was at the Guyu ruins, but told him that he must not go. Fan Tianfeng will not say anything. Where are the others? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Maybe the others are also lucky. Under the operation of the supreme rules, they may all have a bright future. Wuzuo's talents are actually not bad. A little bit into some big forces, you can become a Tianjiao. The Lord of the Universe is not difficult. Just can't find it. His current reputation is only spread in Gumo continent, and it does not affect the 9 heavens and 10 places. But it's coming soon. He is about to become famous for Guyu. As long as you open Wanlu, you will surely become famous. If the rest of the people are mixed up well, they can also go to seek refuge. He didn't know the others might not be as good as him. For example, Wuzuo was trapped in the secret realm of Wuhua at this time, and also encountered an unprecedented predicament. In this predicament, he also accidentally met a real big man. Dear friends, in Xiaofingzhou, this auction will be hosted by me. The rules are the same as before. You can settle with mixed stones or treasures of the same value. If you encounter a treasure that you must win, you can also click the sky. Lights to bid. Sky lantern. Jian Wushuang was a little confused when he heard it. Fortunately, Tongha Jianxian sat next to him, learned the role of the sky lantern from the opponent. Once the sky lantern is on, is endless price increases. Only if no one makes any more quotes, it will stop. Is equivalent to saying that as long as you light the sky lantern, you don't need to increase the price yourself. Just watch others ask for the price, because every time he will be a price higher than others. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang thought to himself that a fool would light the sky lantern. Tongha Jianxian said leisurely at this time, when the old man saw it for the first time, he once lit a sky lantern. That treasure was of great use to me, and it was even an opportunity to break through the 7 tribulations realm for that treasure. I have sold Shirgua's life for several epochs. Deal. Jian Wushuang was very surprised. No surprises. At first, I couldn't bring out so many treasures and mixed stones. In the end, it was the power of the stone country as a guarantor. I got the treasure, and then returned the favor and fought for the royal family of the stone country. Times. Tongha said very simply, but only he knew it, and he almost fell through the battle several times. And the master of the universe he beheaded one. The battle of Stone Kingdom is not a battle of Gumo continent. Is the competition for the secret realm of the outer domain. Outer universe, secret realms, many, but most of them are occupied by some big forces. There are only some extremely dangerous secret realms that can't be suppressed by even superpowers, and they are unowned, such as the Wuhua secret realm and the ancient moon ruins. No one dares to get involved in these secret realms. A super country like the Stone Kingdom has no meaning for civil wars. The ancient Wood continent just has such a small amount of resources. The general battle is still an external struggle for the secret realm of the universe. Hearing the rumors about the secret realm, Jian Wushuang's heart moved. He knew a lot about Outland. The so-called Outland is a place beyond 9 days and 10 places, where is extremely dangerous. There are many natural secrets. The Lord of the Universe will go to explore. There are naturally many opportunities. If it weren't for Wu Li's plan, he would probably also go to Outland, but with Wu Li's plan, opening Wanlu is the best choice. Because the danger in Wanlu is relatively small. The danger of going to Outland is much greater. Even the Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm is in danger of falling. Wanlu Shenmu is different. The danger is how he faces the strong in the ancient Wood continent after he goes out. The inside is not that dangerous. At least there are no competitors. In Outland, some cosmic secret realms. But there are many old monsters. There are also many special lives. He is an emperor. Even if his strength is comparable to the Five Tribulations realm, it is extremely dangerous to go. Tong, he Sword Immortal, smiled lightly, and then said, "When you succeed in the Tao, you will know that the danger of Outland also represents chance." Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. Behind every crisis is a great opportunity, just as he is now, has a great enemy extinction, but also has the opportunity to master the time and space of reincarnation. Even the extinction is extremely longing. From the stars, looking for the Lord of Life. If he can defeat extinction, he can swallow the Lord of Death, palm reincarnation, and grasp time and space. It is possible to transcend the Lord of the Universe, just like those eternal existence. With confidence, we need that determination. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist. The auction also officially begins at this moment. Feng Jiwu, with a wave of his hand, a huge jade pillar appeared on the high platform in the main hall. At the top of the pillar, something is floating at this time. Dear friends, this treasure is the heaven-defying supreme treasure in the Wuhua secret realm, the Qingyan divine water. All the masters of the universe know that when the fifth supreme calamity is past, the origin universe will descend on the natural disaster flame mountain. With this treasure, this calamity is not called a robbery. After Feng Jiwu's introduction, many masters of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm looked sideways. The Lord of the Universe, crossing the catastrophe, is not just his own catastrophe. There is also the robbery of the universe. The original universe will also have a catastrophe. In general, one's own calamity can be foreseen, but he is not sure that he will not cross the calamity at all. But the supreme tribulation in the origin universe is different. Not only does it need to be strong, it also needs the origin of the universe to be strong. The origin of the universe can't be held, no matter how strong the divine power is. Guyu time and space divine power practitioners, most of their origins are not strong. So for them, their own calamity is not difficult. The highest calamity of the universe is the problem. This made Jian Wushuang think of Qishin. Qishin crosses the catastrophe failed, but the original universe is still there. Later evolved into Qi Shrine. The Qishin who cultivated the origin has fallen under his own calamity, and the origin universe has not been destroyed. Could have been specialized in becoming Sanjia, but it was necessary to give up the original universe. For the origin of the universe, Qishin would rather own the universe. Is also the number one ruthless person. Maybe the reason. I am afraid that is not the case. Jian Wushuang himself is different. The amount of calamity of oneself corresponds to the strength of divine power. His divine power is now faster than the original source. The supreme calamity in the original universe, although strong, is also strong, but Ji Dao evolved into a starry sky. The first universe is about to light up. Chapter 5779. Once the universe is successfully condensed, it will be a perfect universe of 10,000 black holes, with the origin of the starry sky. The supreme tribulation for Jian Wushuang is not so terrible, takes care of both. Jian Wushuang is the catastrophe of these heavens and worlds otherwise. He would not be so confident. The first 5 calamities are as simple as drinking water for him. The difficulty is after the 6 tribulations realm, but there is always a way. No, now there is a treasure that can break through the Lord of the 5 tribulations realm. In the future, there will be treasures of the 6 tribulations realm. Of course, although treasures have a great effect, you can't ignore themselves. Can't underestimate the supreme rule. Everything is changed. The first auction item is a heaven-defying treasure for the Lord of the 4 tribulations realm. For a time, many strong players made bids. Among them are the powerhouses of the 7 tribulations realm. If you don't use it yourself, you can also give it to younger generations. This kind of treasure is not much. Wuhua secret realm, ordinary people can't enter. I rarely get out when I go in. This Qingyan divine water is still in the inner circle of Wuhua secret realm. Without the strength of the master of the 6 tribulations realm, it would be impossible to get it. Some people may never encounter such a treasure in their lifetime. Naturally, I cherish it very much. There are no low prices for the treasures auctioned here. As long as the price is offered, it is probably the corresponding price of the treasure. But the scarcity of treasures can't be held up. Tongha Jianxian, who was sitting next to Jian Wushuang, also called out the price at this time. 10,000 mixed stones. The last price was 7,000, and Tongha Jianxian directly added 3,000 mixed stones. Many masters of the universe in the 4 tribulations realm fell into despair. As for the Lord of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm, he may not be worth 5,000 yuan stone. Although it is an era, the original universe guarantee can also breed a mixed stone. But who would hold the treasure and not use it? Buying treasures, secrets, and even maintaining one's original universe. Can't do without the Hunyuan stone, ordinary Lord of the universe. It is already very good to be able to take out 5,000 mixed stones on his body. It takes 5,000 eras to condense. The Lord of the universe in the 4 tribulations realm also needs 500 eras. Is still a relatively long time. Seeing Tongha Jiangxian's offer, Jian Wushuang asked curiously, "Senior, is this for the girl Minger?" Haha, that little girl still has Fanxin. When he has enough, this treasure should be used. Tongha said with a smile. Think about it, too. Li Minger is Tongha Jiangxian's only family member. The day when the heart is gone, it may be the time when the other party embarks on the path of cultivation. Tongha Jianxian naturally has to prepare in advance. 6 Tribulation Realm Universe. Here is also a top character. But those crazy 4 Tribulation Realm Universe masters have already begun to become sellers. I have 9,000 mixed stones, plus a cosmic treasure of the 5 Tribulations Realm. A cosmic master of the 4 Tribulations Realm, sitting at the back, made a loud bid. If you have the first one to sell treasures, you have the second. The value of the treasure of the universe is actually not too high. The most valuable thing is the original treasure that I nurtured, a treasure of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe. Worth 3,000 mixed stones is not bad. The subsequent asking price has been rising. Tongha Jianxian also made several consecutive prices. In the end, he still didn't win. Was auctioned off by a crazy 4 Tribulations Universe Master, which Cosmos Master is at the pinnacle of the 4 Tribulation Realm, and the time to cross the tribulation is less than 100 eras. During this period of time, I have been looking for the treasures of the robbery. Was also lucky and met Qingyan Shinshui here. Almost took out all of his worth and spent 90,000 mixed stones to win this Qingyan divine water. Just took the photo and left the scene in a hurry. Is not because I am afraid that others will stare at me, but because I am anxious to prepare for the catastrophe. Seeing the auction here, I walked through different channels. Jian Wushuang came in the alley, but the others came from all over the city. As long as the route appears different, the breath is hidden in the city, and no one can find yourself at all. This is also the reason why some people dare to spend all their worth. The first treasure is a lottery. The value is generally very high. The treasures to be auctioned next, although they are also very precious, are not as guarded as the first treasure, so the price is controlled by a few thousand. Jian Wushuang didn't even have thousands of mixed stones. He can only watch. The ninth auction item, a space crystallization. This material is the superb material for refining the supreme slab. Many of the people who have seen the auction are all casters, and at this time they have made bids. Cast gods, each of them is worth several times higher than their peers. Naturally, few laymen dared to compete. Only one side of the space crystallized, and the high price of 10,000 mixed stones was sold. Jian Wushuang's eyes are hot. This spatial crystal is condensed from the celestial bodies in the universe, which is very rare, is the crystallization of everything, and it is also the hardest material in the universe. The value of one party is 10,000 mixed stones. Jian Wushuang carefully searched for the treasures of the Chun family. He, who had never been able to see through, also inspected it in the Stone Country workshop. It was a treasured treasure, but not too expensive. Moreover, the Qin family is a master of the universe, and the reserve of Hunyuan stone is almost useless, is not enough for the master of the universe, for his own use. So he did not find a mixed stone. Next time, to do this kind of thing again, you need to take action against the masters of the universe. Sanjia, too poor. Every sabotage, before becoming sabotage, must have smashed all the treasures on the original universe. In the end, the sabotage failed, and naturally there was nothing. Are all poor ghosts, except for the casting god. Looking at those treasures, Jian Wushuang's eyes are hot, and it's no use. If no one bids again, then this space will crystallize. Before Feng Jiwu could finish her words, she was interrupted by an old voice. Is star-making the strongest casting in the ancient Wood continent? Lianqing slowly raised 2 fingers and said, "I'll pay 20,000 yuan." As soon as these words came out, O Khonshu, calm was quiet. No one dares to bid any more. Even if it was a strong person in the 7 tribulations realm, he shrank. As for the casting gods, almost everyone knows Lianqing, and it is even more important that Lianqing is the number 1 casting in ancient Wood continent, the ancestor of everyone. Who would go to grab materials from Lianqing? In fact, you can make a star at the beginning, and you can bid a price for a mixed stone, and no one will dare to follow it. Background, combat power, financial resources, is completely crushing others. Who dares to fight? The strong of the 8 tribulations realm came, and they might not be able to compete. The wealth of refining stars is not comparable to that of ordinary people. One person can be comparable to a superpower. The light are those puppets that Jian Wushuang encountered. The value is so great that none of them can be grasped by a powerhouse in the 7 tribulations realm. Feng Jiwu, who presided over the auction, saw the quotation from the refining star, but his expression was very relaxed, and he immediately started the final bid. After 3 beeps, no one answered. The space crystallized and fell into the hands of Lianqing. Chapter 5780. The auction continues. As the space crystallizes, the next few treasures are also the materials of the refining device. Jian Wushuang had never heard of it before, so just watched it. Now he has no hope anymore. Can help him break through the treasure of the Lord of the Universe. Even if it has, the price will be very high. Can't afford it at all. The treasures he collected in the Chun family couldn't make it to the table at all. Is also the source rock mountain, you can still see it. The other treasures have little attraction to the Lord of the Universe. The treasures of the universe he obtained in the Chun family, although there are several, are all at the level of the 3 tribulations. The only treasure in the 4 tribulations realm is still a treasure disclosed by the Qin family. He had already devoured the origin and ruined it. Even if it can be sold, the value is probably less than 100 mixed stones. The treasure of the universe. Those below the 5 tribulations realm are almost of no value. Of course, for the emperor, that value is great. But now that Jian Wushuang's strength increases, his vision will gradually grow, and he cannot stay in the Qi temple period. At that time, he had little knowledge. Guyu time and space are different. The place where you go in and out, and the people you see, and the people you turn to. That one has a head and a face, whether it is in the country of Vietnam or the country of daughters, or the current stone country. There are so many powerful people he knows. Next to him, Tong has Sword Fairy, the Lord of the Universe in the 6 tribulations realm. Although he is not a strong man in ancient Wood continent, he is also a man in this place. The Master of the Universe in the 6 tribulations realm. His status and strength are almost equal to those in the 7 tribulations realm. Needless to say, refining stars. The entire ancient Wood continent is almost unknown to everyone. When he comes into contact with these people, his knowledge and hearing will naturally increase. Also broadened his horizons. Is considered to be in contact with the circle of the Lord of the Universe in advance. Also knows a lot about the Lord of the Universe. From the subsequent treasure auctions, he learned a lot. For example, the treasures auction later. There are 2 other treasures that are very helpful for crossing the catastrophe. One piece is the aura of heaven condensed in the golden space. This treasure is actually quite tempting. Because of this treasure, it is extremely useful when breaking through to become the Lord of the Universe. Corresponds to the law of space, the aura of heaven condensed by the law of gold. That is the power that the 3 tribulations realm needs to master the universe. Can allow the 3 tribulation realm powerhouses to quickly master the universe. Unfortunately, this treasure was photographed by Fan Tianfeng at a very high price. Thousands of Hunyuan stones. Jian Wushuang simply can't afford it. When Fan Tianfeng shot this treasure, there was a high probability that he was ready to make a breakthrough. The opponent was also the origin of time and space for cultivation. Now specializes in divine power, but the foundation of the source has not fallen. The first 3 calamities are too simple for Fan Tianfeng now. So the treasures prepared are also the treasures needed to master the universe. Once a breakthrough, I am afraid that the highest calamity will soon fall. After quickly completing the first 3 calamities, he came to the 3 tribulations realm to directly control the universe. The first 3 calamities considered his own divine body, which was nothing to Fan Tianfeng, who was rich in wealth. Jian Wushuang is the same. Once it becomes the tribulation realm, you can quickly cross the tribulation realm, reach the 3 tribulation realm, and directly control the universe. After becomes the Lord of the Universe, the original universe will come to the highest calamity. The supreme tribulation is divided into 7 kinds. After mastering the time and space of the universe, there is a small catastrophe. For space it is gold. 4th tribulation, with the 5th tribulation. Fire the 6th tribulation. Water 7th calamity. Earth the 8th tribulation. Time Mahayana if the first 7 calamities are still talking about space. Then the 8th calamity is a dimensionality reduction blow for practitioners, directly from space to time. This is good for the original practitioner. To the divine power practitioner, that's too much difference. That's why Guyu time and space got stuck in a lot of 7 tribulations. The reason why the 8 tribulations realm is so rare. That's why there are many practitioners who pursue the so-called one force to break the 10,000 dharma, break the supreme rule and become the deity with divine power. But no one can do it. Guyu time and space is precisely because of this there has been no eternal existence. Jian Wushuang himself was not very sure about this. My greatest confidence is my own path of time and space. S own divine power is also enough to deal with the divine Bodhi's calamity. The origin of the robbery is not difficult for him. This is the benefit of double repair. As long as he crosses the tribulation realm, he does not need to be suppressed when crossing the tribulation. The first 5 calamities can all pass easily. It is a bit difficult to become a robbery. The universe is formed, but he lacks the understanding of time. At this point, it's not enough to devour the source, but it still needs to be cultivated. At present, he can only go to see the original chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard. Comprehend from it, the speed is not slow anymore. The true meaning of time has been realized, is just about getting started. As long as he is mastered, he can reach the robbery realm. I hope Wan Lu will have the opportunity he needs. Jian Wushuang thought from the bottom of his heart. There is no chance at this auction. He didn't have enough mixed stones at all to buy those auxiliary treasures. Can only watch. Lianqing and Fan Tianfeng bought some treasures and materials at short intervals. His eyes are hot. After he becomes the Lord of the Universe, there may be no shortage of Hunyuan stone. Ordinary master of the three tribulations realm universe. One era can breed from 1 to 10. This has a lot to do with the origin of the universe. He is different. When he becomes the master of the universe, the foundation of the original universe is probably stronger than that of the same level, I don't know how much. And he can break through quickly and become the master of the 5 tribulations realm universe. According to Guyu Time and Space's 5 tribulations realm cosmos master, there are 100 mixed stones in one era. Based on his original background, 100-fold is not a problem. That is 10,000 mixed stones. 10,000 in an era seems to be a long time, but let alone the Lord of the Universe. He is the Emperor. It's normal to retreat for hundreds of thousands of epochs at a time. By then his wealth will double. Is not so embarrassing now. A force of traction came from the auction table, causing Jian Wushuang's brows to wrinkle slightly. Then the eye holes began to shrink. Feng Jiwu at this time once again took out an auction treasure. 9 Tribulations Tower from the ancient moon ruins. Many people originally saw this 9-story tower and didn't care, but when they heard the ruins of Guyu, they all looked at it. The ancient moon ruins are the strongest secret realm in ancient moon time and space. It is rumored that the core area has the inheritance of the goddess, but no one can get into the core. Not even the inner wall can get in. Even in the periphery, the Lord of the Universe in the 6 tribulations realm is required to be able to enter. That is to say, this treasure was brought out by at least a master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. A treasure from the ancient moon ruins. The price will reach a very high number. The strong below the 6 tribulations realm is basically useless. I pay 50,000. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood up directly. Chapter 5781. The breath leaking out of his body is an ancient 7 tribulations realm power, although it is scattered robbery, but the strength is still there. Jian Wushuang looked at it for a moment and said in secret, "These people don't even know the use of the Tower of 9 Tribulations, so dare you make an offer?" At the same time, a cosmic master of the 6 Tribulations realm also spoke. "I give out 180,000, Sky. 180,000 mixed stones. This price, it is already the highest price at the auction. 180,000 mixed stones. Sure enough, he is still the Lord of the Universe, rich in wealth. The strength of Sanjia has declined severely, and there is no origin universe, condensed Hunyuan stone. Fighting for the price, you can't fight for the Lord of the Universe." After the price reached 180,000, it fell into a short period of calm. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to ask Tongha Jianxian, "Senior Tongha, what special role does this pagoda of 9 tribulations have?" "Thanks, Tusk, Jian Wushuang, the first time you have seen this kind of auction, you may not know, but no one knows what the treasures from the ancient moon ruins are. In fact, no one knows what they are. If you want to realize it quickly, if you really figure it out, you won't be able to sell it. The worst treasures from the ancient moon ruins are the treasures of the 7 tribulations realm universe, and even the treasures of the innate universe." Tongha Jianxian, he tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne, but his gaze had been staring at the pagoda of 9 tribulations, and he was also considering whether to make a move. The treasures flowing out of the ancient moon ruins are extremely mysterious. It is almost a special treasure. Few people will put it up for auction. Even if I can't figure it out, I don't want to spread it to the outside world. Otherwise, if someone else has mastered it and finds that he has a blood loss, he can't be off. The Tower of Nine Tribulations, which can be auctioned off, is probably the person behind it who is in dire need of the Hunyuan stone. Hearing Tongha Jiangxian's explanation, Jian Wushuang looked at the Tower of Nine Tribulations again. If this is the case, he may not be very tempted. For Zhibao, he is not in short supply. It is enough to have beast soldiers. With enough cards in his own hands, the treasure sometimes becomes a burden. But when the pagoda of Nine Tribulations appeared in the main hall, the Guantian chess in his source moved. The two seemed to have a certain connection. This made Jian Wushuang had to think about whether he should buy the Tower of Nine Tribulations, Guantian chessboard, that is the treasure of time and space and can resonate with the treasure of time and space, and the value of the Tower of Nine Tribulations has already doubled. The most important thing is that the Guantian chessboard is the treasure left to him by Mr. Xuanyi. Maybe this Nine Tribulations pagoda is also connected with teacher Xian Yi. This had to let him take a risk once. Of course, it's not for him to grab it. Instead, buy it by yourself. Hunyuan stone. He didn't, but he has the life force for which all Sanji is crazy. Can transform everything into life. Only he can do it. The life force of the Emperor level, as long as it is refined, can help those scattered robbers to restore the divine body. It's time for him to do it again. It just can't be taken out blatantly. He has to plan carefully. Yes. Jian Wushuang's mouth raised, and the clone in the origin universe took out a finger that was loose from Dongjun's bones. Originally, he was reluctant, but he couldn't help it. He is going to gamble once. In case this Nine Tribulations pagoda is also related to teacher Xuanyi, if he doesn't fight now and falls into the hands of other people, he will never have a chance to cry. A piece of Dongjun's finger. It is of great value in itself. Just this finger, even if it is for those strong in the Six Tribulations realm, to absorb it, both are able to increase the divine power of about 100,000. This is a real improvement. The powerhouse of the Six Tribulations realm, even if it is Sand Tribulation, has a divine power of about 700,000. An increase of 100,000 is 800,000. A full level has been raised, and the combat power has doubled several times. At auction, it is enough to sell 200,000 mixed stones. Of course, this 200,000 is far from enough. This finger may be able to compete for the powerhouses of the Six Tribulations realm, and the power of life can make the powers of the Seven Tribulations realm, and even Star refining himself can make a move. It's just the power of life, which can't be taken on the bright side. Wow! The power of all things began to condense, and then transformed into the power of life. The life force of the Emperor rank once again condensed and transformed, reaching the level of the Tribulation realm. Repeatedly inject the condensed life force into this finger. The auction in the hall is still going on. The price of the Tower of Nine Tribulations has reached 300,000. The bid now is the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm, as well as the powerhouses in the Seven Tribulations realm. Other people are no longer eligible to compete. It's not that financial resources can't keep up, but ambition can't keep up. The Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm is fighting. It is for the future tribulation. The powerhouses in the Seven Tribulation realm fight for their own strength, as well as to maintain their status and family. What is the dispersal of the Six Tribulations realm? There is power in family. It is not a superpower. Even if the power of the Nine Tribulations pagoda is against the sky, it will be a hot potato when you get it. So there is no need to fight, struggle. It's better to delay a little longer. Jian Wushuang's forehead violent blue veins. The whole person was a little stiff. This is considered a side effect. Forcibly and quickly transform the life force. Still has a backlash against itself. Unlike Fuego's resuscitation in the first place, there is no rush or slowness. Now he is too anxious, even more anxious than when he was fighting. He has to condense the life force that makes the 7 tribulation realm dispersal powerhouse tempted. Otherwise, the value is not high if it is taken out. With Dongzhen's bones as the host, the powerful life force converged. It will take about the same time a stick of incense. But now there are fewer and fewer strong bidders. Some of the strong players of the pinnacle forces stopped their bids. On the Stone King's side, at this time there were 460,000 mixed stones. Brother Sherxiu, you should prepare for crossing the tribulation. It's better to give the 9 tribulations tower to the old man. 500,000. After speaking, the old man who spoke quoted a price that surpassed the stone royal family. 500,000 mixed yuan stone. The 7 tribulations realm requires 50 epochs. The key is that the royal family of Yu has no master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm. It would take hundreds of epochs to let Sherxiu condense by herself. This is already a sky-high price. Sherxiu knocked on the armrest of the throne, not hesitating, but contacting several ancestors of the royal family to discuss the value of the Tower of 9 Tribulations. Bid now is no longer a choice for one person. Behind him, there are strong men in the royal family. Sherxiu was on the verge of being overwhelmed, and he needed a lot of Hunyuan stone, so he didn't need to spend a lot of money to buy a treasure that he didn't know what its purpose was. But the royal family is rich. Now, he represents the royal family. As long as those ancestors are willing to pay, winning is never a problem. This is Stone Country, the first super kingdom of the 16 kingdoms. This financial strength is still another. Click! The sound of finger tapping on the stone seat sounded. Sherxiu received the order from the ancestor, and she felt confident in her heart. Chapter 5782. Seeing which old man bidding, he said leisurely, Brother Lianqing, when you are old, don't take this risk any more. 800,000. Sherxiu raised the price directly to the highest price, raised a full 300,000 mixed stones. The 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Lianqing's face is not very good. He is not a strong man in Guma continent, but from Haitian, also the ancestor of a party. There is the Lord of the Universe in the 6 Tribulations realm in the family. If you take down the Tower of 9 Tribulations, even if you don't use it, you can still use it for the family's master of the universe. But I really want to fight. He can't compete with the Stone Royal family. Originally, he thought it was Sherxiu who was arguing. But now that Sherxiu offered the same price as if he didn't want money, he understood that the Stone King family had taken the shot. Can't compete. Hee, then don't smash you kid in your own hands. Lianqing sneered, then closed his eyes. I gave up. Feng Juwu, who presided over the auction, also understood that no one would bid for the strong in the temple. The Stone Kings are bound to win. No one will please. As for the malicious offer, that would offend people. In fact, star refining can also compete, have the financial resources. The Stone Country has great cause and many people. A large group of the strong have to feed. Star refining is different, he bears one. As for the group of apprentices, not only did they not need to support her, but they also had to honor her. Moreover, the income of the Zhu Xinfang opened is even more terrifying. The key doesn't need him to make a move to refine the treasure. Apprentice is enough. Those disciples can only get 30% of the Hunyuan stone. Everything else went into the hands of star refining. In this way, there are countless people rushing forward and wanting to come in. However, looking at the look of the star refiner, there is no intention to make a move. Maybe not interested in this treasure. In fact, Star Refining had once madly collected dozens of strange treasures from the ancient moon ruins, but none of them were useful. According to his disassembly, some strange treasures were found, all of which were ornaments. It's useless. Later, he didn't hold on anymore, so he didn't bid this time. There is actually one person in the hall who is able to bid. Moreover, after bidding, the Stone King clan must weigh whether he wants to fight or not. That is Fan Tianfeng. She has the ability to fight for her current position. But now Fan Tianfeng is not interested in these. The important thing is to break through the master of the universe, then return to Qi Temple. She has reached the point where she doesn't care about the treasure. Taoist Shirxiu offered a price of 800,000. If there are no other Taoists, the 9 Tribulations Pagoda will be. Before Feng Jiwu finished speaking, Jian Wushuang changed his arm and motioned to wait. He wants to bid. I have a treasure, and want to mortgage it for auction. Jian Wushuang said directly. Seeing Jian Wushuang's bid, many people were taken aback. Even most people don't know Jian Wushuang, the Lord of the Universe in the 6 Tribulations realm, able to see through the realm of Jian Wushuang, frowned when he discovered that he was just an emperor. There are 2 emperors in the hall. If Fan Tianfeng bids, it's normal. Jian Wushuang, an imperial emperor, even dared to bid. It was true that many people were taken aback. Even Tonghe Jianxian, next to him, didn't expect Jian Wushuang to return the price. Lianqing stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise, secretly guessing in his heart that Jian Wushuang would not sell the treasure that boosted his supernatural power. He knew that Jian Wushuang had beasts and gods. The value of that treasure is indeed not small. At least it is the treasure of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm. But this way, some are too risky. An emperor go to auction Qibao. This is not necessary. Either it is silly, either it is related to the Tower of 9 Tribulations. Could it be? Fan Tianfeng looked at Jian Wushuang. She is the person who knows Jian Wushuang best in the hall. It is also from Qixin Temple. Fan Tianfeng had to admire Jian Wushuang's strength. Even if she has countless resources to practice, she is not Jian Wushuang's opponent. At this time, Jian Wushuang quoted, I am afraid he really saw the doorway of the Pagoda of 9 Tribulations. Shirxiu saw that it was an emperor who was vying with him, and his eyes turned to speculate about Jian Wushuang's background and the powerhouse behind it. He didn't believe that an emperor could see the speciality of the Pagoda of 9 Tribulations. At this time, the strong man of the Shirwang clan also informed Shirxiu of Jian Wushuang's identity. Shirxiu knew that it was still related to her grandson, and became even more interested in Jian Wushuang. Just a little investigation. Then I learned of the strong men Jian Wushuang had made friends with. Yunji, the newly promoted master of the 7 Tribulation realm universe, Tongha Sword Immortal, the master of the universe of the 6 Tribulations realm living in stone, star refining, the #1 casting master of Guma continent. I didn't know if I asked. Shirxiu was shocked when I asked. Jian Wushuang, a son-in-law of Yu Guozhua, actually made friends with these superpowers at the same time. In fact, this is really the case. Because of the relationship between the country of Vietnam, Jian Wushuang first made friends with the Lord Yunji. Then, through Yunji Kingdom Lord, I got to know Tongha Sword Immortal. Because they are both practicing kendo, the relationship between the two has also improved. As for making stars, I have to thank Fan Tianfeng. But it also has his own efforts. If it weren't for the strength to defy the sky, it would be optimistic to get the star refiner. Lianqing would not recommend him to see this kind of auction. Before becoming the son-in-law of the Yu Kingdom, Jian Wushuang first slapped the Shirgua Tenjiao, Shirjiu. Not only luck, the most important thing is strength. Strength is strong, everything is smooth. The parties waited up, and Shirxiu started contacting the ancestors of the royal family. The others were guessing whether Jian Wushuang had seen anything. Tongha Sword Immortal and Lianqing were also very surprised. Although I know it's not easy to ask. Of course, the premise is that Jian Wushuang's mortgage auction can buy the Tower of 9 Tribulations. Taoist, can you take out the treasure you pledged for inspection? Feng Jiu knew that Jian Wushuang was recommended by Lianqing, so naturally he would not neglect. Jian Wushuang took out a piece of his finger with his backhand and said, "This is natural." As he said, he threw his finger over. When Dong Zhen's finger appeared, the powerful force also began to go outside. Ordinary strong people can only see that this finger contains a lot of divine power, thought it was a finger of some mighty person. But according to the divine power above, many people feel that although the value of this finger is extraordinary, it is still a bit whimsical to want to crush the 800,000 sacred stone of a stone show. At this moment, Jian Wushuang really looked like a whimsical look and deliberately said to the sword fairy Tongha next to him, "Senior, I found this finger in the void of Outland. It's worth millions is not a problem, right?" This. Tongha Jianxian didn't want to hit Jian Wushuang and didn't know how to export for a while. He is the Lord of the universe and is not sensitive to the power of life. I haven't found a lot of life force in the fingers. However, those who are strong in sabotage have already felt the vigorous vitality in their fingers. After Feng Zhiwu took the finger, Nianli dived in and started testing. Chapter 5783. Her own strength is not very good, but it is really difficult to check the strange thing. Otherwise, he will not host the auction. What a pure life force! Feng Zhiwu said in surprise. This time, the masters of the universe were stunned. The force of life, extremely wood, the power of life only found in the willows, the power of life most needed to disperse the robbery. Jian Wushuang also put on an expression of surprise and asked inconceivably, "There is still life force in this finger?" Fellow Taoist is not in the tribulation realm and may not be very sensitive to life. There is indeed the power of life in this finger, which is covered by divine power. It is difficult to see even the Lord of the universe. Feng Zhiwu slowly explained from the bottom of his heart, but he was a little jealous of this lucky kid. This is the force of life, the power that can make Sanji crazy. For example, which one of the 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse who had previously competed for the Tower of 9 Tribulations, Lianqing, he has completely lost interest in the Tower of 9 Tribulations. With life force, all treasures are rubbish. What is the most important thing for Sanji? Increased strength? Totally impossible. It is fortunate not to fall. One buying the most precious treasures, going to trespass, is not just to be able to buy treasures that can sustain life force to maintain combat power. In the face of the purest force of life, sustaining life is nothing. This is an increase in life. Life increases, you can return to the peak period. Divine power naturally skyrocketed. Bailey, no harm. There was already a robbery who couldn't help it and said excitedly, "Feng Zhiwu, why don't you take out the life force from that finger? Or let me wait for the bid." Lianqing sneered and said domineeringly, "It's not necessary. I bought 1,000,000 yuan stone and bought it with this finger." 1,000,000. At this time, Sanjia in the 6 Tribulations realm was also agitated. 1,000,000 is actually not much. If there are not enough mixed stones, all the treasures that are not needed are sold. Even selling the treasures needed is not a problem. I gave out 600,000 mixed yuan stones, plus a treasure of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm. The person who offered the price was a powerhouse in the 6 Tribulations realm. All the treasures of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm were taken out. It seems that he has taken out his key treasures as mortgage, which is indeed crazy. But this is just the beginning. Next, the looting powerhouse kept quoting. It soared in an instant, 2,000,000 mixed stones. Although Jian Wushuang knew from the bottom of his heart, after taking it out, it would cause frenzied competition. But I did not expect the bid to be so high. Is this 2,000,000 mixed stones? Shi Xiu, who originally competed for the Tower of 9 Tribulations, had all quoted at this time, and they were overwhelming the audience. Obviously received news from the strong within the royal family. The force of life. It's about the combat power and life and death of Sanjia. Naturally, we have to fight for it. Don't forget, the wealth of the big family is under control. just like the royal family of Shurgwa. Among the masters of the universe, Shurxiu is the strongest, but it was just the 6 tribulations realm. Can't carry the banner at all. Still need the 7 tribulations realm, and even the ancestors of the 8 tribulations realm to suppress all parties. So this life force must be obtained. In every auction, as long as the vitality appears, someone will light the sky lantern. It is inevitable. Strong people below the 6 tribulations realm are not qualified to make an offer. Soon it will be the 7 tribulation realm, frantically snatching with all forces. Jian Wushuang himself did not expect that the vitality he had just injected was so valuable. Also frightened. Fortunately, some people believed the reason for his compilation. Tongha's sword Immortal said with envy, Jian Wushuang, your luck is really good. The divine power contained in this finger is of great value. An internal life force can help the strong of the 8 tribulations realm, and it is of infinite value. But I didn't find it. Jian Wushuang pretended to be silly, and he also had a good hand, pretending to know nothing, and also to ask about the power of life. I really want to doubt Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that these people also suspect that Jian Wushuang has obtained the treasure trove of a certain mighty person. Never thought that Jian Wushuang would master the power of life. At present, count some people in Qixin Temple. There are no more than 5 people who know his vitality. Several members of the giant tribe should have taken an oath not counted. The rest is the true spirit of Qi Temple. The enemy is extinct. The last one in Guyu time and space. Bobby, these 3. There are 2 of them, both from the stars. There is another person who is not human. It's just the true spirit condensed in Qixin's original universe. Each is not general, like the super powerhouse of Guyu time and space. Even in the 8 tribulations realm, he couldn't believe that someone would master the power of life. However, he can only do this kind of thing once. If you take out the power of life again, I am afraid that everyone will recognize that he has obtained the super secret storage. At that time, he was a moving treasure house, and it is estimated that a super existence would come to suppress him, then search for the soul and get more life force. Naturally, Jian Wushuang would not do this kind of thing again. The first time was an adventure. The second time it was to look for death. Even if he had a second soul, he didn't dare to make waves like this. The second soul has a miniature reincarnation, be regarded as the whole card left when fighting against the dead in the future. Okanchu, calm after winning, he took the opportunity to reincarnate. Lost, the second soul ran away. Of course, he does not want to lose. The treasures on the deity are too important. The original starry sky of Jidao evolution can be said to be the only one. I want to talk about the divine body. He couldn't bear the loss of the treasure alone. There are no beasts and gods, and there is no sky-viewing chessboard. Then his combat power will be greatly reduced. If it weren't because of the power of the blood, there was also the increase in divine power given by Bobby D. He is now at most 100,000 supernatural powers. There is no increase in the beast gods, that is, the emperor comparable to the robbery realm. Without the enlightenment of Guantian chessboard, he broke through to the Lord of the Universe, and he didn't know when it was going to happen. So he can't lose, nor can he take risks in Guyu time and space. Can only play stupid hard, whether others believe it or not. He already believes it anyway. There are already 3 million mixed stones. Jian Wushuang glared at Xuankong. His joy was beyond words. From the bottom of his heart, Jian Wushuang was still looking at Lianqing secretly. This ancient Wood Continent's #1 Forge Godmaster is also a powerful saboteur, although there is not much lack of vitality. But facing such a pure life force, he should also be tempted. If the opponent also enters the market, he can make a little bit more. Just when he was expecting it, Shurxiu stretched out his hand and said calmly, "I, Shurxiu, will light the sky lantern once today. Everyone continue." Say this as soon as possible. Many people in the hall were silent. I lit the sky lantern. Naturally, there is no need to bid again. It is already the highest price by default. It doesn't make sense for them to come out. Unless the Stone royal family went bankrupt. They can buy this life force, so no one dares to bid anymore. Jian Wushuang was a little speechless. Wouldn't it just drive down the price? Chapter 5784. At the same time, I also look forward to someone daring to fight with the Stone royal family. Unfortunately, no one said anything this time. Refining stars also doesn't mean to bid. Just when Jian Wushuang felt that there was no hope, a voice broke the silent hall. It'll give out 10 million yuan, sure. Jian Wushuang knows the person who quoted Fan Tianfeng. After the price was reported, he took a look at Jian Wushuang. Fan Tianfeng's quotation made the strong in the palace stunned. Outsiders know that the flame and the stone country are almost tied together. Unexpectedly, he got on the bar. Shi Xiu's face is also a bit ugly. 10 million mixed stones. He can't even get it out by himself. Some powerful royal families in the Yu Kingdom were also a little puzzled and a little angry at Fan Tianfeng's offer. The descendants of the flame gods, although they are not unique and special beings, will also have the calamity and the supreme calamity. But the whole clan is also a powerful sabotage in the Seven Tribulations realm. Most of the strong under the flame gods are disciples. The strong among the descendants are few. He is also not very optimistic. The only Seven Tribulation realm powerhouse, although he failed to cross the tribulation. But with the help of the flame god, his strength has been maintained at the peak. There is no need for Fan Tianfeng to compete for life force here. Fengju was also a little embarrassed at this time, and she was even more jealous of Fan Tianfeng. 10 million yuan stone. That is already the worth of the Lord of the Six Tribulations realm universe. If the sky lantern is not extinguished, it is endless. After Fan Tianfeng reported 10 million, Shi Xiu remained motionless. It just passed the matter of this place to the royal family. 10 million yuan stone is indeed a huge wealth for an individual, but for a royal family that has existed for endless years, this is nothing. It was mainly Fan Tianfeng's quotation, which was aimed at the royal family. An emperor, just ants. But behind her is the flame god, which has to make them take it seriously. Now, who doesn't know, the flame god is the #1 powerhouse in ancient Wood Continent. Shimu King is almost dying of old age. The ancestor of Shurgwa was not much different. Only the flame gods can live forever, because it is a special life. There is no amount of calamity, but there is no original universe. Is the purest divine power practitioner. There are advantages, there are disadvantages. The flame gods have no origin universe, and their understanding is poor. The 8 Tribulations realm is basically the limit. In terms of combat power, it's okay to crush and disperse the robbery. If he really had to meet the Lord of the Universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, he was basically ravaged by others. The Master of the Universe of the 8 Tribulations realm can bring the original universe into the body of the gods. Only the 8 Tribulations realm can do this. Basically, it is to fight with a dojo. The strength is almost a qualitative change. This is also the terrifying aspect of the Master of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. Jian Wushuang was different from the Lord of the ordinary universe. Even if he was in the 3 Tribulations realm, as long as he condensed the universe, he could be included in the gods. In other words, it is in the stars. This is also a great advantage of Jidao. The speciality of the 8 Tribulations realm has created a huge power with the 8 Tribulations realm, and a deep heritage. This is also the kingdom of Shur, which can become the capital of the first kingdom of God among the 16 kingdoms. Even the Gumu faction was overwhelmed. This is because of the flame god. Now that Fan Tianfeng doesn't give Shurgwa the face, Shurgwa really can't help it. No one knows what Fan Tianfeng thinks. Several 7 Tribulation realm ancestors in the Stone King clan were a little restless. If the flame gods need this life force, they naturally dare not fight. but I didn't say hello beforehand. Now, Shirgua has been put on the fire and is in a dilemma. Jian Wushuang didn't know what Fan Tianfeng was doing. He never expected that Fan Tianfeng would help him this time. Fan Tianfeng sat on the throne. His face was still, and he didn't care about the views of the stone royal family. This time, she was indeed helping Jian Wushuang, not because of her relationship with Jian Wushuang. On the contrary, it was because she felt that this feeling of being superior was wonderful. Just raising his hand can make an emperor like Jian Wushuang crazy about it. Millions of mixed stones. At the same time, they are not afraid of the Stone Kings. Thanks, Tut, Jian Wushuang, coming out to mix, talking about background, not strength. Fan Tianfeng looked at Jian Wushuang and sneered in his heart. Jian Wushuang nodded excitedly if he knew what Fan Tianfeng thought. Estimated to vomit blood. Madman. Shi Xiu's expression remained the same, but from the bottom of her heart, she was disgusted with this practice. He is the Lord of the universe, the hope of the Stone Kingdom, and he is not very dependent on the flame gods. It's not like the few robbers in the royal family. It can be said that the flame is the head of the horse. If the flame really wants this life force, I'm afraid a few old guys of the royal family will offer it with both hands. Thinking of this, Shi Xiu secretly made up his mind. Must become the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm. Even the 8 tribulations realm. Reshape the glory of Shirgua. There is no need to rely on a special life. Although Feng Zhuo on the stage was embarrassed, she was also very dissatisfied with Fan Tianfeng's actions. But she was originally the descendant of the flame gods, and the superiority of the descendants of the gods made her feel this matter come as not too much. What are the Stone Kings? Without the flame gods, the current daughter country can crush the stone country, let alone transcend Goma school. The rest of the strong in the temple all have ghosts in their hearts. I was also speculating whether this time the malicious offer of the young master of the kingdom of God was a signal that the flame god and the kingdom of stone were separated. Most of them are still jokes. The weakening of the stone country is good for everyone. Naturally enjoy it. I even want to see Fan Tianfeng continue to quote. Jian Wushuang felt that it was almost enough. 10 million, he was satisfied. Not only can you buy the Tower of 9 Tribulations, you can also participate in subsequent auctions. When it comes to the Lord of the Universe, he can't even use it up. After a stick of incense was silent in the hall. Fan Tianfeng is not increasing the fare. The fingers containing the power of life fell into Shi Xiu's hands, and Shi Xiu paid 10 million yuan for the mixed stone. 10 million, although they are all mixed stones from the royal family. But Shi Xiu is a member of the royal family, still a little distressed. He crossed the 7th calamity, and the mixed yuan stone he prepared was only 20 million. This time it cost 10 million. At the bottom of my heart, there is still some dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Fan Tianfeng did not increase the price. Otherwise, he would really vomit blood. Shi Xiu got the treasure. Jian Wushuang received tens of millions of mixed stones. Excitement is not a pretense. He really didn't expect that this life force could be sold for this price. This has exceeded the value of life force itself. To blame, it is the strange stone show that has to order some sky lanterns. Millions of mixed stones were spent in vain. The life force auction is over. The asking price of the Tower of 9 Tribulations continued. This time Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, pretending to be a nouveau riche, and directly offered 3 million. Chapter 5785. Let everyone shut their mouths. Shi Xiu also did not bid. Compared with the Tower of 9 Tribulations, the power of life is more real. If you buy it back, it's a decoration, but it won't be a big loss. Many people think Jian Wushuang is crazy now. An emperor has no idea about Hunyuan stone. The shot is 3 million. Maybe the Hunyuan stone was too easy. Jian Wushuang really didn't think there was anything wrong with this price. It has something to do with teacher Xian He, let alone 3 million. that is 30 million, he also has to take it down. Maybe this Tower of 9 Tribulations is not a weak view of the chessboard. The key to this Tower of 9 Tribulations carries the word 9 tribulations. It happens to be another 9 floors. It's enough to make people think about it. After the photo was taken, Jian Wushuang was directly included in the origin universe. No mustard seeds were added. Just a little worried. Want to confirm the resonance from the Guantian chessboard more quickly. It's just that there are too many people now. It's not easy to explore directly. It's never too late to study after going out. Now that there are still 7 million mixed stones left in his hand, there may be a treasure suitable for him next, and he can fight for it. Below the 7 Tribulations realm, almost no one can dispute him. It's a pity that he doesn't use most of the auction items next. All were bought by the Lord of the Universe. He can't be too high profile. Even though he has a huge amount of money, he can't buy everything. Such a waste. This Hunyuan stone is of great help to the origin universe. He can also keep some to deal with the Lord who stepped into the universe later to stabilize his universe. So I didn't bid much later. There were several bids in the middle. Otherwise, it will appear that he is special to the Tower of 9 Tribulations. Only a few bids and no treasures were photographed. Soon, the auction was coming to an end. Feng Jiwu also announced the 3 finale treasures of this auction. 3 treasures come out together, divided into A, B, C. The final treasure comes with a reserve price. The treasure with the code name A has the highest reserve price, a full 1 million mixed stones. You know, this auction, if it weren't for the power of life and the Tower of 9 Tribulations, it would be difficult to sell a price of more than 1 million. The key is the reserve price. The first piece is a treasure of a font size. House Suicide Note. This is a treasure of innate origin. It is the most important treasure when crossing the 7th calamity. Once you have this treasure, you'll have at least 10% more hope when you cross the 7th calamity. Corresponds to the supreme tribulation. The 7th highest calamity, the calamity of the origin universe, is the law of water. The origin of the soil is needed to deal with it. This thick soil suicide note is the key treasure. This treasure comes out. It immediately caused a sensation. In the hall, there are several masters of the universe of the 6 tribulations realm, and the background is unusual. The price began to soar instantly. Soon it reached 5 million. Although crazy, but the robbers can only watch. So I set my sights on the second treasure. Type C, the great desolate prisoner, Tianji. 7 Tribulation Realm Peak, secret method. The base price is 800,000 mixed stones. It is the pinnacle and unique knowledge created by the master of the universe of the 7 Tribulations realm. There is only one chance to learn. After learning, the jade slips storing the secret method will be broken. The emergence of this secret technique has caused a lot of competition for the Lord of the 5 Tribulations realm universe at that time. The base price of 800,000 mixed yuan stone. The Lord of the universe in the 5 Tribulations realm gritted his teeth, can also fight. The 7 Tribulation realms scattered robbers felt a little bit of tears looking at Kong. The Lord of the Universe in the 6 Tribulations realm is competing for the Ho Tu sway. Not interested in this secret method. If oneself survives the 7th calamity, you have become the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm. So why bother to learn the secrets of others? Just create it yourself. Jian Wushuang was not interested in this secret method. He doesn't need it himself. Divine power increase has beasts and gods. Kendo has a starry sky catalog waiting for him to create his own pinnacle secret method. It is necessary to learn from others. The Tongha sword immortal next to him is competing for the Hotu suicide note, and it seems that even his most precious treasure was taken out as a mortgage. Now the first price has exceeded 10 million, and it's still rising. The Lord of the 7 Tribulations realm universe. that was already the top powerhouse of Guyu time and space. Whether it's a casual repair or a big force, all are competing. If you become the master of the 7 Tribulations Realm universe, you will be able to open up the 7-star sect. If a great power has a 7 Tribulation Realm universe master, it can instantly rise to the top power. The master of the universe with the 7 Tribulations Realm can also open up a territory on a grand scale. Let the family and the sect develop rapidly. The power of the master of the universe with the 7 Tribulations Realm will hardly be destroyed, because in his dojo, the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations Realm has the power of the 8 Tribulations Realm. As long as it doesn't provoke the master of the universe in the 8 Tribulations Realm, it is invincible. In Guyu time and space, the Lord of the universe in the 8 Tribulations Realm, almost every divine dragon had not seen the end. Most of them have left Guyu time and space. It takes a lot of luck to anger an 8 Tribulations Realm. So in the entire Guyu time and space, the Lord of the 7 Tribulations Realm universe was almost undefeated. Therefore, the masters of the universe of the 6 Tribulations Realm, faced with Hota's suicide note, were all excited and could not wait to fight for their lives. The several masters of the 6 Tribulations Realm universe lighted the sky lanterns, overwhelming all the worth. If the treasure is gone, you can go to the secret realm again and fight for it. However, there will not be a few copies of this thick earth suicide note in one era. Must get. Everyone, it's too much. Shirshio's eyes were also bloodshot. The current price has exceeded 20 million mixed stones. So much so that the second secret method has been auctioned off. There is still a stalemate here. As soon as Shirshio spoke, there was a master of the universe of the 6 Tribulations Realm, mockingly said, "Why, the Stone Country has a great cause, and he still cares about this." If it weren't for this place to be an auction, they, the masters of the 6 Tribulations Realm universe, would probably be able to fight. This treasure can be auctioned. The person who gets it is highly likely to be the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations Realm. Otherwise, it will never be put up for auction. Anyone who is powerful will be left to the younger generation. Shirshio knew that this time she was going to be serious, and she was not talking nonsense. The sky lantern was also lit. Only this time when the sky lantern was lit, no one gave him face. The price was directly driven up to 50 million mixed stones. In the end, Shirshio, a member of the Stone Royal family, won the thick soil suicide note with 50 million yuan of mixed stones. If the Lord of the 6 Tribulations Realm universe were to condense, it would take 50,000 epochs of time. There will be consumption in the middle. Still need to practice. You have to buy some precious divine treasures to enhance your divine power. If you want to store 50 million mixed stones, the difficulty is too high. 50 million is an astronomical figure for the Lord of the universe in the 7 Tribulations Realm. Shirshio, who had already reached the 6 Tribulations Realm to perfection, really needed this treasure. If it can succeed in crossing the robbery, Sure State is the master of the universe of the 7 Tribulations Realm. There is no need to skip relying on the flame gods. Chapter 5786. Moreover, the value of the master of the 7 Tribulations Realm cosmos is far more than 50 million yuan stone. In addition to the increase in combat power, there is also the opportunity to attack the 8 Tribulations Realm. Presumably most of the strong value this opportunity more. Sanjia, the strong are even more envious. This is why the top 10 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouses back then went to besiege Emperor Bobby. Isn't it just for the first line of life? With the end of the thick soil suicide note, this auction is also about to end. Now there is a treasure left. The base price is 500,000 yuan mixed stone, the treasure of the acquired universe. Although it is not an innate treasure of the universe, but this treasure of the acquired universe. It was refined by using the essence and blood of a special being in the 7 Tribulations Realm. The value is also high. The upper limit is also in the 8 tribulations realm, but the current mighty power is only around the 5 tribulations realm. It takes 500,000 supernatural powers to be able to move. It can be regarded as the second most precious treasure that is more suitable for the Lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe. In addition to the natal treasures, some other treasures can also be cultivated. This treasure is very good. At least the upper limit is high. Valiant is also very powerful. The comparison is made by using a special life in the 7 tribulations realm. Of course, it is incomparable with the beasts. This treasure of the acquired universe only used the essence and blood of that special life. Jian Wushuang's beast god weapon used a complete innate beast god. In terms of origin, it is much stronger than the potential of the acquired treasure. So, Jian Wushuang was not interested in the last treasure, ancient temple jade pot. Feng Jiwu introduced it on the high platform. The powerhouse below, the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm does not need, and there is no need to cultivate the supreme treasure to increase combat power. It is better to prepare for the impact of the 7th calamity. The Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm is different. Their demand for combat power is still great. The crisis of the 6 tribulations realm is far less terrible than the 7 tribulations realm. Therefore, we must improve our combat power and go to war. This ancient temple jade pot is very suitable for the Lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe. In the hall, there are already many strong men who have begun to leave. Almost all of the powerhouses in the 7 tribulation realm left the scene. The Lord of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm has also gone a lot. The fight for the last treasure was a fight between the 5 tribulations realm and the 4 tribulations realm of the master of the universe. There is nothing good about it. Lianqing also got up and left at this time. However, before leaving, he spoke to Jian Wushuang. "Boy, this treasure is very suitable for you. It's best to take a picture." Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Suitable for him? Ancient temple jade pot. Although the refined materials are very special, they're the treasures of the acquired universe. But for him, as an emperor, it may not be suitable. The biggest function of this jade pot is to store its own divine power. When fighting the strong, release the divine power that has long been condensed inside. Does not consume its own divine power. It is a one-time treasure that can be used repeatedly. The stored divine power is limited, and every time it is released, it needs to be refilled. Ordinary divine power practitioners will naturally get full marks when added. But Jian Wushuang is no ordinary person. It is indeed suitable to think so. It's just that the asking price now exceeds 1 million. Jian Wushuang didn't really want to waste so many Hunyuan stones to buy a chicken rib. If this ancient temple jade pot can store its origin, he will definitely buy it. The intention is at the source, not at the divine power. In the future, there is a high probability that it will not be too biased towards divine power. So he is not like being distracted to nurture this treasure. There are beast soldiers and generals. His treasures are almost all the treasures of divine power. There's no need to buy this jade pot again. However, he did not rush to refute Lianqing. Instead, Transmit asked, "Senior, what is so special about this jade pot?" Jian Wushuang is not stupid either. Naturally refining the stars says it has a big effect. So simply ask the other party to translate what is a big effect for him. If you move him, go and buy it again. Nothing to say and no loss. It's a matter of blood earning. Putting it on others, star refining will not be wasted. When Lianqing heard Jian Wushuang's doubts, he didn't conceal it and said his own opinions. There is a special place about this ancient jade pot, which was not mentioned by Feng Jiwu, because Feng Jiwu said it didn't mean it. That is the power of the ancient temple jade pot, which is related to the origin. In fact, the origin of this ancient jade pot is the strongest. The stronger the source, the more the stored divine power is against the sky. Lianxing knows that Jian Wushuang's origin is far beyond ordinary people. That's why it is recommended. Guyu time and space is a time and space dominated by divine power. Therefore, Feng Jiwu did not give much introduction to the origin. Telling these people is of little use, because this is not the key. But this has a much greater effect on Jian Wushuang. This also gave him the need to shoot 100 and 800,000. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand and offered his own price, directly caused the strong in the hall to sink his face instantly. A Stone King clan's 5 Tribulations Realm Universe Master even got up and said angrily, Jian Wushuang, you are a little emperor. Don't think that you can compete with me if you have a mixed element stone. Don't be careful. Lost my life. The master of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe is still Shi Xiu's disciple. It is also a core member of the royal family. Naturally, I knew about him in Shijiu. In addition, he was maliciously quoted by Fan Tianfeng before, and he dared not retaliate against Fan Tianfeng, and he did not dare to take the opportunity to teach him this gainer. It's just that Jian Wushuang now is really worthy of the Lord of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe. Fighting is definitely not an opponent, but the opponent wanted to rely on his strength and tyranny, so he was overwhelmed. That is also impossible. At the moment he got up, looked obliquely, weighed the mustard seeds in his hand, and said, This fellow Taoist, if you think there is a problem with your bid, you can continue to bid. Why bother with me? Or say you can't get it. Out of 8 million mixed stones? Little monarch, dare to speak wildly. If it weren't for luck and the power of life, where did you get so many mixed stones? Jian Wushuang sneered and sat back on the throne. He just said lightly, Don't forget that power of life, but your royal family bought it. If you don't want it, you can return it. As soon as these words came out, the Lord of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe turned red. That power of life was indeed bought by the royal family, and now it may be in the hands of several ancestors. Such pure life force would even be dedicated to the first ancestor in the royal family, powerful in the 8 Tribulations realm. However, Jian Wushuang knew the power of life he had condensed best. The power of life do more to help the Lord of the 7 Tribulations realm universe. The 8 Tribulations realm is not used at all. He condensed the purest life force. For those 7 Tribulations realm powerhouses, it was the desert meeting the oasis. But for the 8 Tribulations realm, it's just a drop in the bucket. Useless. At the beginning, the Taoist could help 6 Tribulations realm. The Emperor is now helping the 7 Tribulations realm. Chapter 5787. When he reaches the Lord of the Universe, he may be able to condense the power to restore the vitality of the 8 Tribulations realm powerhouse. This power is far more terrifying than it is now. The master of the 5 Tribulations realm universe in Shi Kingdom knew that Jian Wushuang could not be frightened by wasting his tongue, so he simply turned and left. A treasure for your own use. Then you have to pay for it yourself. At this time, the family is unreliable. If everyone let the family take care of it, it's already dilapidated. Unless it is the top figure in the family, only the strength of the family will be cultivated. Not everyone is like Fan Tianfeng. Jian Wushuang was quite curious. What exactly did the flame like about Fan Tianfeng actually treated like this, entering the ancient moon time and space, but more than 10,000 years? 10,000 years let the flame establish such a position for Fan Tianfeng. This woman is not simple. 100 and 800,000 mixed yuan stone took down the ancient temple jade pot. The auction also officially ended. Before leaving, Jian Wushuang nodded at Fan Tianfeng. He didn't speak, but he was grateful. If there is a chance, before leaving Shi country, see Fan Tianfeng again. Tell as much as you can about what you know. Can't look at each other to die. From Guyu time and space, go to Qi Temple. I don't know how many epochs and how many time and space are needed. During this period of time, Fan Tianfeng was able to become the lord of the universe. Even with a few seven tribulations realm powerhouses, there are still the law bodies of the flame gods. He also felt that there was no possibility of defeating extinction. Extinction is like his destiny. No one can beat him except him. Follow the stone stairs and leave the auction below. Jian Wushuang appeared in some other courtyard in Nanqing. After coming out, what surprised him was that Lianqing was actually waiting for him. It seems that you bought the ancient temple. Lianqing nodded with relief. Jian Wushuang quickly thanked him. Thank you, senior, for your advice. This treasure is based on the eyes of seniors. Lips are worthless. At this time, I'm really sorry for the other party if I don't go flattering. Lianqing waved his hand and said casually, no matter the little things, let me go. The materials have been collected, and you can start refining the god-level sword blanks. Jian Wushuang nodded. The two left together. This time, go directly to the core of the 9th layer, Purgatory World. The temperature is so high that it can melt the universe. Jian Wushuang relied on the beast gods to explode with 500,000 supernatural powers to be able to resist. The flow rate here is very slow. 1 year outside here is 10,000 years. Refining Xing continued. It takes 30,000 years to refine a god-level sword blank. You can resist it. This is just the beginning. Jian Wushuang's determined eyes remained unchanged. He can eat hard to be 10,000 times the flow rate. He didn't notice it. It also shows that the space here is extremely firm. Fusion with time. Instead of those simple formations he set up, although the flow rate is high, it is not stable. In this place, it is necessary to ensure the stability of the space. Refining stars also cost a huge price. This time Jian Wushuang was anxious and wanted to refine his sword blanks here. Let's start. Refining the stars manipulated the flames and began to fuse materials. This step is the easiest. All materials are fused, not melted into liquid like everything else. Jian Wushuang was also the first time to observe such a superb method. I was surprised to see it. All the materials are finally transformed into the original aura floating in the sky. That is invisible. Lianqing also began to pay full attention and shouted, "Gather!" The breath was reversed and began to shrink inwardly. From this point alone, Jian Wushuang could see the mystery in the space, and it was vividly reflected. The introverted and contracted breath is constantly being suppressed. The force of air pressure started to break the space. The power of power is beyond ordinary people's imagination. The sword blank of the gods. How could it be so simple? Some techniques behind. Jian Wushuang, who was watching, even took a cold breath. Originally, he still held that he might be able to become a Tianjiao with the refining device. Now it seems that he has no chance. 10,000 years ago he almost watched. For thousands of years, Lianqing repeatedly compressed and restrained his breath, finally formed a scarlet gas. Already had the shape of a sword. Jian Wushuang. After connecting it within 10,000 years, the power of mind will not be broken. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be lost. With a stroke of the finger of Lianqing, the red sword shadow floated towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't move, but his thought power rushed out of his body, condensing a pair of huge palms with thought power, holding the sword energy. Jian Wushuang instantly felt that his thought power was fading faster. Is this a test of will? It's a bit. Too much pediatrics. What? Jian Wushuang broke out, directly exerting eternal changes. Here, the divine power is to deal with the temperature contained in the flame. The power of mind depends on the strength of the source. The power of the blue starry sky surrounds. Let Jian Wushuang reach the peak state. The power of mind is strengthened again. Lianxing's eyes flickered and he whispered, "Is this your confidence?" What he is optimistic about, Jian Wushuang, is that unstoppable confidence. has absolute self-confidence and also has absolute strength of the same level. That is the absolute powerhouse of the future. Resistant, as long as the power of mind is washed away for 10,000 years, it will be half done. Lian Xing reminded him from the side. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, just holding the sword energy like this. With his stubborn expression, all admired him. That requires a lot of perseverance and will, and only Jian Wushuang knows the bitterness of it. This is why Xing Xing wanted to persuade him in the first place. This kind of torture can't be resisted by everyone, and the powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm naturally doesn't care. But Jian Wushuang is just an emperor. An emperor. Why does he have to fight like this? No one knows. Some people may not understand why the fate of a time and space will fall on an emperor, this kind of sorrow. But Jian Wushuang never lost his confidence because of this and never complained, even if the true spirit used him as a bait. He regards this injustice of fate as his own calamity. He will use himself to be stronger than his peers to cover up the responsibility he shouldn't bear. 10,000 years, in a flash of smoke, under the washing of Nian Li, that sword aura already overlapped with him. The effect has arrived. Refining stars is not nonsense. Move Jian Qi from Jian Wu's hands to the next. Then he took out an ordinary divine sword with a scabbard. It seems ordinary, but this magic sword is forged with the hardest time and space crystallization of time and space. Nothing can be destroyed below the 7 tribulations realm. Of course, it is not invincible. It can't destroy the Excalibur itself, but it can also destroy its internal origin. And the internal origin is Jian Wushuang's sword energy that has been washed away for 10,000 years. Sword Qi entered its sheath and power erupted. However, Jian Qi and Jian Wushuang overlap, but they do not overlap with this divine sword. This requires the means of refining stars. Blend the two together. It will be 70% successful. The rest is how Jian Wushuang recognizes the master. At that time, Jian Wushuang's origin was needed to suppress the Excalibur. The time required to refine the stars is very short. Chapter 5788. Within a few years, he merged the divine sword with the sword Qi. It is equivalent to let the ordinary swords have their origins. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. God-level sword blank immediately succeeded. This divine sword will follow him throughout his life. There was another muffled noise. In the sky, blood fell. The sword blank is complete. You need to refine the rest by yourself. Lianqing also showed a trace of exhaustion. In the past, he hadn't been so tired for refining the slabs of the gods. This time it was a bit special. Jian Wushuang was so powerful for some reason. It almost overturned. This also made him curious about the origin of Jian Wushuang. How to practice to have such a powerful source. He has also heard that the practice methods in other time and space are different from those in Guyu time and space. My heart also faintly guessed that Jian Wushuang should have obtained other time and space methods. But I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to come from a long river of time and space. When the pressure came to Jian Wushuang again, this time he will use both hands to connect the divine sword, because this time the Excalibur has a sword body. The moment he held the divine sword, his Tao heart began to tremble. A powerful force directly impacted the depths of his soul. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, but he held it steady. The final step of the god-level sword blank. Inject your own origin. Suppress the origin of the Excalibur. It's a process of acknowledgement, but I don't know how many people have fallen in this step. At the same time, there are also benefits. The stronger the origin of the Excalibur. Jian Wushuang held the divine sword. One's own origin is to start injecting. The origin of the starry sky entered instantly. In Jian Wushuang's mind, Wang Ming felt a piece of it. A huge catalogue of the starry sky spread out. In the starry sky, the divine sword turned into 9 handles. There are 5 handles forming a long river of time and space. There are also 4 handles which are inlaid in the starry sky. It will make my starry sky catalog resonate. Jian Wushuang himself did not expect to have an unexpected surprise. Originally, he still needed the pinnacle secret method he kept creating. There was a prototype in an instant. The current sword blank does not seem to have entered the origin of the divine sword, but the sword blank entered his starry sky origin. Standing on top of the stars, there are 4 sword shadows inlaid in the starry sky. He can't move, but he could copy the 5 divine swords in the long river of time and space below. These 5 sword shadows were constantly devouring the origin of his starry sky at this time. It is a pity that the source of absorption is just sprinkling water for him. Negligible. I thought it would be more difficult. It now seems that it is not as difficult as the difficulty of mind-washing. It's not hard for him at all. Even let him use this opportunity to create his own star catalog. Originally a picture of the starry sky catalog. Now I want to describe the first sword. Life. The essence of all things condensed. Jian Wushuang fell into enlightenment, began to study carefully. This sword is the same as when he just created the starry sky catalog. It's not for killing the enemy. Everything in life. It's just embedded in the starry sky. It hasn't really fallen. His starry sky catalog, although invincible with a sword. But I haven't really seen blood. They all freeze the strong in the painting. Finally, use other means to kill. Life is the greatest essence of this sword. With the previous background, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and muttered silently, "The first sword is a life and a new beginning." The first sword end. Begin to comprehend the second sword. At least he can comprehend the 5 sword cheese now. In the starry sky catalog, 5 sword moves are drawn. The first sword, life. The second sword, let it die. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, a black mist appeared on the center of his eyebrows. It seems to destroy the upper body. Suddenly, he had a completely new understanding of the power of death. This also depends on the second soul of Qixin. Although the distance is far away, the second soul has been in retreat, unable to withdraw. But some mysteries have been absorbed into the deity. This second sword was formed like this. Die. Life. The 2 are in conflict with each other. It seems to be incompatible, but they complement each other. And the power caused by the rebellion of the 2 is at least hundreds of times stronger than a single sword. The power of the first sword and the second sword is actually the same. It's just a different function. The first sword of life, good at restraining powerful enemies. The second sword killed the enemy without authorization. After Jian Wushuang familiarized himself with the principles contained in the first 2 swords, he began to calligraphy and painting the third sword, reincarnation. I create life and walk with death. The mark on his forehead began to change and finally condensed into 2 identical fishes, one black and one white, yin and yang killing. Reincarnation sword, success, although it was created, but it's much harder to use it. Because the load is too big, he can barely use the first sword. The second sword won't work. Even if the 2 powers are the same, they can't be used. Unless you reach the Lord of the universe. I have the origin of the universe. As for the third sword, according to his estimation, the origin must reach the power of 100,000 black holes before it can be used. Now his origin, let alone supporting reincarnation. Even death can't support it. Only after the universe is perfectly formed can more power be created in it. You reading www.okanshu.com. It's just that now that he expresses the meaning of painting, all of his brain is welling up in his heart. Constantly improve my starry sky catalog. This feeling is wonderful. Unconsciously created such a pinnacle secret method. The first sword was born from life. The second sword goes with death. The third sword, yin and yang, are one. sending the ants into reincarnation. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied. He looked at his starry sky catalog, dropped his sword again, and said to himself, "Time and space." His origin is the orthodox way of time and space, although the starry sky is condensed. Before becoming a starry sky, he must at least reach the point of mastering time and space. This is impossible to jump. The fourth sword was formed instantly. Countless fragments, sword shadows, growth, kendo, memories. All the scenes keep going backwards. Jian Wushuang seemed to shuttle his timeline. Finally returned to reality. Time and space success. 5 swords in the star catalog. Comprehend the 4 sword chi among them. It's still the last one. From the beginning, he had a goal. The last sword is the reincarnation of time and space. This is also the foreshadowing of the previous life. 9 sword chi enter the starry sky. For sword auras are embedded in the starry sky, and he cannot comprehend them. Only when you reach a higher level can you comprehend it. The 5 sword auras depicted in the starry sky catalog now are enough for him to move vertically and horizontally in the Lord of the Universe. The first sword of life can be used as an emperor. When he had no clear goal before, his might was enough to slay a powerful person in the 3 tribulations realm. Now the enlightenment is complete. Power also soared. With the origin of the emperor, I am afraid that he will be able to blast the 4 tribulations realm powerhouse. You know, his previous combat power relied entirely on beasts and divine weapons and eternal changes. Instead, he forgot the strongest kendo. Chapter 5789. Now reorganize the kendo, creating a complete starry sky, 5 swords. It is also normal for combat power to soar directly. If it weren't for his divine power to change because of the power of blood, his current combat power is probably kendo. It's just that this change will be normal after reaching the Lord of the Universe. The basic divine power of 400,000 is nothing in the Lord of the Universe. The strong man in the 4 tribulations realm has a basic divine power of 400,000. In the future, you have to rely on kendo. Jidao condenses all things into one, which is the source of kendo. Jian Wushuang's lifestyle is also kendo, and only the whole cards of kendo can make him feel at ease. With 5 swords, the Lord of the Universe is invincible. Just when his 5th sword came together, the whole source began to tremble. Even the stars are shaking. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Backed quickly, but for a second thought, this is his origin starry sky. Where can he retreat? Immediately, I began to use my mind to investigate my origin, wanting to see where the problem occurred. Only after he went deep did he find out. The 4 inlaid sword auras in the starry sky are actually constantly devouring the origin of the starry sky. Jian Qi changed from dark red to light blue. Look back at the universe that is about to be lit. In the catalog of the starry sky in the universe, the 5 swords he created by his comprehension turned blue. This is the power of the stars that swallowed him. The origin of the sword blank has also evolved into the origin of the starry sky. At this moment in the outside world, Lian Xing was staring at Jian Wushuang incredulously. He found that the god-ranked sword blank he had just refined was transforming. It seems that because of Jian Wushuang's origin, a certain advancement has taken place. The legend is true. Treasures above the gods can really be created. Lian Xing's mouth grew wide, and he didn't expect that one of his kind deeds would be able to refine his life's peak. At this moment, everything is worth it. The pinnacle of the caste god, although only for a moment. It was because of Jian Wushuang's origin. But this is enough. Speaking out, he refined this divine sword after all. After being surprised, he began to meditate and finally shook his head and muttered to himself, "No matter what you achieve in the future, you will eventually have a cause and effect with me today." Now he sees Jian Wushuang. There is no upper limit, because it has exceeded his cognition. No matter what, he couldn't see through Jian Wushuang's background. That's why Jian Wushuang's achievements have no upper limit. Anyway, cause and effect were formed. The stronger Jian Wushuang, the better. In this way, he can also be touched. It also saves face to speak out. In the starry sky, the origin is still trembling. 9 sword auras are still being swallowed. The 4 sword auras were embedded in the starry sky, swallowing even more powerfully. Jian Wushuang was going crazy. The origin of the starry sky is his pie for the future. There can be no mistakes. Can only bite the bullet and break into the starry sky, standing under the magnificent 4 swords. Instead, he became extremely small. If the first 5 swords can let him cross the master of the universe, then these 4 swords has surpassed the Lord of the universe. Jian Wushuang looked at the 6th sword aura, fell from the top, carefully observed, and finally muttered to himself. With this sword technique, it can be an enemy in ancient times. If it is a certain day, the 6th sword can be used. The 3 eternal existences of the 9 great spacetimes he dared to fight. This is not arrogance, but confidence. The 6th sword is too powerful. As for the 3 swords behind, he couldn't even make enlightenment. In other words, I can't understand it, and it keeps getting stronger. Swallowing a large amount of starry sky power, Jian Wushuang felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if a child had done something bad, worried about being seen by an adult. The more he thought about it, the more Jian Wushuang felt that in the depths of the starry sky, there was a huge eye staring at him. Perhaps that is not an illusion. Jian Wushuang looked at the depths of the starry sky, and at the same time, the depths of the starry sky were also watching him. Outside time and space, within the source, in the stars, a huge pupil opened his pupil in the starry sky and looked at the long river of time and space flowing towards the end. With just a glance, he looked through time and space. After seeing Jian Wushuang, he closed his eyes again. When this huge eye closed, Jian Wushuang in the source also lost the sense of oppression he had just now, and let out a sigh of relief. At this time, he found that Yuan was not trembling anymore, and he was calm again. The 4 sword auras had turned dark blue. It seems to have swallowed enough. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang actually squeezed a cold sweat. After returning to the universe, he lit up. A blue sword floated in front of him. Blue scabbard, ice blue blade. A slaughter came to my heart. Peerless weapon. Jian Wushuang put away the blade. The divine sword returned to its sheath, causing a roar of the blue dragon. Look at the lines on the scabbard again. Jian Wushuang frowned. Originally, there were only simple lines on the scabbard, but now there is an extra eye. Looks extremely scary. The eyes are huge and lifelike. In the eyes, there is this figure. The figure stood on top of Tsongshan with his back facing him. Can't see the face clearly. Is it condensed because of the power of the stars? Jian Wushuang was puzzled, and there was no way to verify it. Might not know about it. Can only let go of this idea. The sword blank is finished. This time I came to Shurgua to complete it. Holding the scabbard in one hand, Jian Wushuang left his original starry sky. Seeing Jian Wushuang return to consciousness, Xingxing knew that Jian Wushuang had succeeded. This time he did not have any accidents. Jian Wushuang saw the other party with a calm expression on his face. He thought that the level was not that difficult, so he said, "Senior, the divine sword is done." "Not bad. Let me see how this sword blank is." Lianxing reached out his hand and took the magic sword. When he wanted to draw the sword, he felt a chill in his heart and found that he could not activate the magic sword. It was a little embarrassing and shocked for a while. It was stronger than he expected, and he couldn't pull it out. There was a high probability that only the master of the divine sword could pull it out. But in front of a junior, even his own refining sword blank was pulled out. It was impossible to tell the truth. So I found a set of rhetoric for myself, and also told Jian Wushuang, "This is the treasure of your life. You must draw the sword. This is the rule. Even if I refine it, you can't draw it out." As he said, he handed the hilt to Jian Wushuang and motioned Jian, Wushuang to pull it out and let him observe it. Jian Wushuang really believed it and said quickly and politely, "This sword is made by seniors. Seniors don't have to be polite." But seeing the other party insisted, he began to respect Star, making from the bottom of his heart. No Loss is the #1 casting master of the ancient Wood continent. Not only is he invincible, but his demeanor is probably also a large group of 7 tribulation realms. Think of those 7 tribulations realm powerhouses who have taken refuge in Emperor Bobby, and then look at refining stars. It's a huge difference. Chong! The Excalibur is out of its sheath, and the ice blue blade makes people fearful. "Senior, please." After Jian Wushuang pulled out the divine sword, he held the hilt with one hand, the tip of the sword pointed down, and handed it to Lianxing. Chapter 5790. Looking at the surface of the divine sword, Lianxing swallowed for a while, his face filled with smiles. The pinnacle of work. How can I not be excited? There was some sweat on the palm of his hand. In order to avoid staining the hilt of the sword, he rubbed his hand against his body. This kind of little detail was remembered by Jian Wushuang, and he secretly said, "Pay attention to people." But the next moment, when he said that the hilt of the sword was handed to Lianxing's hand and let go, Lianxing fell directly from midair to the ground at the fastest speed. The ice-blue divine sword floated above the flames. No matter how hard he tried to refine the stars, he couldn't pick up the divine sword. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback, and he landed quickly and came to Lianxing's side carrying, "Senior, are you all right?" "Ahem." Lianxing quickly let go, then turned around and carried Jian Wushuang, clenched his fist and coughed twice on his mouth, and said, "It's a small thing, but I didn't expect this sword to be special. You can put it away quickly." Jian Wushuang also felt that this was a problem with Excalibur. With the scabbard, Xingxing could easily follow it, but after being pulled out, it was in Xingxing's hands, but it couldn't be picked up. He picked up the hilt of the sword, casually guessing in his heart. It should be the reason for the hilt. Only recognize the power of the stars, so outsiders can't pull it out. Thinking about it this way, when refining Xing had just held the hilt, he was finally asked to draw the sword, which is probably also fooling him. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang was a little bit dumbfounded. After returning the divine sword to its sheath, he carried it behind his back. The kendo of the starry sky comes from the kendo of Niayuan. He had laughed at the other side before, carrying a broken sword on his back. Now he has inherited this point from Niayuan, carrying the Excalibur. The sword does not leave. In order to overcome the embarrassment just now, Jian Wushuang said sincerely, "Senior Star Refining, this sword does not yet have a name. The younger generation is shallow. It is better to give a name to the senior. Since you are so interested, the old man will break the rules and give you one." Star Refining is still very happy. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang asked him to nominate. If it's someone else, he might not feel that way yet. It's just that the treasures refined this time are not ordinary, especially the icy blue sword blade that makes people feel chilly. Definitely surpassed the previous rank treasure. Much stronger than the treasures of the acquired universe he refined. It is also his honor to name this treasure. So Xingxing thought about it very seriously for a while. Then his eyes lit up and thought of a name. Millions of Tribulation. The meaning is immortal. Just call it Myriad Tribulation Sword. Lianxing said. Jian Wushuang said silently, Sword of 10,000 Tribulations. When he was at Daojun, he had a sword skill that is 1,000 calamities. It's just that at that time, I didn't understand the robbery realm. Now it sounds like this name is really pleasing to his ears after he became the Lord of the Universe. Thank you, Senior, for giving the name. Jian Wushuang was quite satisfied. Originally, he felt that the name was useless, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Lianxing smiled lightly and said, "Well, since the magic weapon has been completed, I will not keep you. I believe we will meet again soon. Holy Assembly, the holy meeting is coming." Knowing that Jian Wushuang was going to participate in the holy meeting, Lianqing did not keep him. Compare just got the sword blank. You also need to be familiar with and create your own kendo secrets. He still didn't know that Jian Wushuang had created a perfect universe secret method. It's just that the strength is weak now, and it can't be used. Jian Wushuang also knew that Xingxing was for his sake, although the peak secret method of kendo had already been created. But regarding the secret method of super eternal change, we still can't give up. We must perfect it as much as possible so that he can directly use it after he becomes the master of the universe. And he still has 2 secret treasures on his body now, and he hasn't studied it yet. Tower of 9 Tribulations and the Ancient Temple. Now there is only 1 or 2 years left before the congregation go to Guma school in advance. So the time left for Jian Wushuang was less than a year. He also needs the flow of time to comprehend. Otherwise, the time is really not enough. Bid farewell to star refining. Originally planned to meet again with Fan Tianfeng to have a detailed discussion. Even 1 day is enough. But when he called Fan Tianfeng, the other party was already in retreat. This is to hit the robbery realm. Can't get out in a short time. He could only use the token given to them by the real spirit to remind Fan Tianfeng. The strength of extinction is not superficial. The horror of death is far from simple. Some things are too thorough, but others don't believe them. Still have to be cryptic. At least ask the other person to think. Consider what he said. This will make memory long. Don't take people with you. It ended up all in one pot. Instead, let the strength of extinction go 1 step further. Top 10 powerhouses in Qi Temple. Originally, she was only optimistic about Huiqing. But now Jian Wushuang is unwilling to give up any of them. Maybe their fate is not bad. All have the means to solve the extinction. For example, Wuzhua. At this time, Wuzhua, who was deeply trapped in the mysterious realm of Wuhua, was spotted by a real big man, not malicious. Wuzhua, who came to Guyu time and space, was the one who had the slowest increase in strength among the current 10. Compared with Fan Tianfeng's early luck is still a bit worse. No matter how bad it is, there is no shortage of opportunities for cultivation. That is, Jian Wushuang's strength has grown too fast, and every opportunity is just right. Only then will his strength skyrocket rapidly. In fact, Wuzhua had improved fast enough now, but compared with Jian Wushuang, it was not so obvious. But this time it was watched by a big man. His outbreak period has also arrived. Everyone is fighting. Huiqing did not give up in the core area of the ancient moon ruins. There are Zhen Wuyang, Tongtian Buddha, and the ancient superpowers Dongxing and Wan Yan in the primitive universe. These people have a lot of opportunities. They are extremely confident in the future. Fan Tianfeng is the first to return to Qi Temple, depart from Stone King capital. He did not take the teleportation array. There is no teleportation array established between the kingdoms. After all, they are all considered hostile relationships. Establish a teleportation array. Isn't this a chance for the other party to steal home? So Jian Wushuang can only fly. Fortunately, his speed is fast enough. At the same time, it can also be transmitted through the teleportation array between some small cities. It only takes about a month to return to Vietnam. Before leaving Shirgua, he once again came to Lefengpo, then dived directly into the ground. He left the country mark at the beginning. According to the marks, he quickly reached the hole that was previously punched, all the way down. But when he came to a small space, but found nothing inside, it seems that there is no pink mass at all. This made him extremely shocked. Could it be that it ran out too? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. Look around. A cold sweat behind his back. Jian Wushuang frowned, thinking of the monster. They are really a group. Chapter 5791. If so, his letting go twice was a serious sin. It's not that he made a fuss, but it is these 2 monsters. Both are amazing. I don't know who their creator is. Now that he can't find it, he can only return to Vietnam first. After returning to the country of Yu, I went to Wu Mansion first, where I learned about the destruction of his mansion. After asking again, he had already determined that it was made by the beetle monster. That blood pool, I am afraid it has been swallowed. Wu Ligong was about to discuss with him about the sacred meeting, but Jian Wushuang hurriedly said goodbye. For him, there is nothing to discuss. There are some things, no matter how good they are before the eyes, it is useless. Now his strength is strong enough. Wu Li, an ally, is also a bit out of date. Not a threat, but not a qualified teammate. After leaving Wu Mansion, he returned to a restored princess mansion. Just after entering the mansion, he saw an elder Muchen. Prince Muchen. He just entered the mansion, and the other party was about to leave, so he ran into it. After seeing Jian Wushuang, Elder Muchen smiled and said quickly, "Wushuang sage nephew, you can count as coming back. The holy meeting is coming, and I will set off for the Guma sect in 3 months. It is best not to leave you in these days. Country, only 3 months are left. It is indeed a bit hasty." Fortunately, his catalogue of the starry sky has already created the secrets of the universe. There are only 2 secret treasures left. There is nothing to explore. Using time to speed up is too late. After exchanging a few words with Elder Muchen, he sent the opponent into Xianhu, looking at the opponent's disappearing sight. Jian Wushuang's eyes changed. There are also some doubts in my heart. When Wu Li met him, he also talked a lot about the monster. Elder Muchen didn't mention a word. This made him feel that the royal family must have known something and deliberately suppressed this matter. Thinking of this, he was going to ask the nominal wife, Jean Qin. Unfortunately, the other party is in retreat. When Elder Muchen came just now, I'm afraid he had a closed door. If he couldn't find out, he wasn't insisting. Randomly called a maid and asked him to take him back to the room. Now that the palace is rebuilt, he is really unfamiliar. After 7 turns and 8 turns, the maid took him to a secluded courtyard. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied with it. The layout of the courtyard was very suitable for him, so that he threw out tens of thousands of universe crystals, which one he would give to him. Maid, seeing so many cosmic crystals, the maid hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Lord Ma." "Okay, nothing is wrong with you. Let's go down." Jian Wushuang waved his hand, arranged the next barrier, and then entered the small courtyard. Entering the small courtyard room, he took out a cave treasure, a small cicada pupa, entered it, and the cicada pupa lay on the tabletop. As if there was no one in the room, it was calm. In the cave world, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on a green grass, with 2 treasures in front of him. Tower of 9 Tribulations, ancient temple pot. The former is related to Guantian chessboard, and he is most looking forward to it. The latter's role is not small. Can play an extra whole card. Call! Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and took the lead in picking up the ancient temple pot. After playing with it in his hand, Nianli entered the ancient temple pot, and in just an hour he became familiar with the usage of the treasure. The next step is to refine the ancient temple pot. This may take a long time. He must slow down the flow of time. It is 1,000,000 times slower than the normal flow rate outside. This is convenient to maintain. Can also practice wholeheartedly. After doing all this, he used the origin of the starry sky to refine the ancient temple pot. Although this ancient temple pot is only the treasure of the acquired universe, the pressure of refining is not small. Fortunately, his origin is strong enough. It took several years to successfully refine the ancient temple pot. The rest is to store divine power. If he wants to store the most powerful divine power, he has to raise the divine power to the strongest. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang put the jade pot on the ground and stood up. At the moment he got up, a pair of black armor spread out from the flesh and then made a crackling sound, instantly enveloping his whole body, and then disappeared on the flesh again. Only Jian Wushuang knew that Jiangjia entered the divine body in the flesh. At this moment, he also had enough confidence. 5 times. At this moment, the beast's soldiers turned crazily, and the dark red divine power instantly wrapped his whole body. Divine power also jumped from 400,000 times to 600,000 times. For times the power of the beast can be increased to 600,000. Now 5 times the power of the beast god, at least 650,000 times the divine power. It has reached the standard of combat power for the Lord of the 5 Tribulations realm. The threshold for the powerhouses of the 5 Tribulations realm is 500,000, and the peak is 600,000. But the Lord of the universe in the 5 Tribulations realm would be much stronger at the peak. For example, which Empress Fengqian, her supernatural power is probably more than 600,000. It even reached 800,000, because Jian Wushuang had seen the female emperor's angry eyes at the beginning. That sense of oppression was much stronger than the ordinary 6 Tribulation realm's dispersal tribulation. This is why the other party has the confidence to compete for the position of the saint. After all, he was the arrogant of the same age as the Yunji Lord. The Lord Yunji is now the Lord of the 7 Tribulations realm universe. The female emperor is so competitive. How can her strength be poor? Even if he was the Lord of the universe in the 5 Tribulations realm, his combat power was not average, and it was far from comparable to the same level. The explosion of the Lord of the universe is far from being comparable to those of scattered calamities. Now, Jian Wushuang's combat power can beat most of the 5 Tribulations realm Senkaku, but the Lord of the 5 Tribulations realm universe is not very sure. But he got this ancient temple pot. It's really against the Lord of the 5 Tribulations realm universe. It's really hard to say who is the one who will kill him. Erupt with all strength, pour the divine power in the gods into the ancient temple pot. If it is an ordinary divine power practitioner, it may take a long time. But Jian Wushuang has the power of everything. The power of all things can not only be transformed into life, but also the essence of divine power. He has 650,000 supernatural powers and can inject up to 450,000 at a time. No matter how much, it will hurt the origin. After pouring divine power into the ancient temple pot, his divine body instantly felt emptiness. A force of nothingness made him almost fall. The eyes were dim and dim. Hastily used the power of all things to quickly replenish his divine power. Although the power of all things is almost infinite, it takes time for a stick of incense to fill the huge vacancy. This is already fast. If it is an ordinary divine power practitioner, even use the universe crystal and mixed element stone. These treasures that supplement divine power. It also takes a long time. After returning to the peak, he once again poured his divine power into the ancient temple pot. Chapter 5792. Still 450,000 supernatural powers. Calculating, the 2 injections into the ancient temple pot should have 900,000 supernatural powers. Unfortunately, divine power is not calculated in this way. When the base divine power is 10,000, the treasures needed to upgrade to 100,000 divine power are not equal to the treasures needed to increase the 100,000 basic divine power to 200,000 divine powers. 450,000 supernatural power injections. In the current ancient temple pot, there are only 500,000 supernatural powers. It's just an increase of 50,000. Not only because of the superposition of divine power. The bigger one is that although the ancient temple pot itself stores divine power, after it can be injected into it, a lot of divine power is transformed into the origin of the ancient temple pot and used to maintain the power of the ancient temple pot. In this regard, Jian Wushuang was calm. If it's a big deal, inject it a few more times. It takes only a few days at most. The 3rd time, it increased to 520,000. The 4th time, 530,000. Starting from the 5th time, it only increased by a few thousand each time. After 100 times, Only dozens of supernatural powers were injected each time. Now, 700,000 supernatural powers are stored in the ancient temple pot. It is already very difficult to increase, but this is enough. With 700,000 divine powers, most of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe Masters are very difficult to resist. Only the Emperor Fengchen's 5 Tribulations Realm was able to resist, and it was enough to deal with the general 5 Tribulations Realm Cosmos Master. This is not his only whole card. There is no need to pursue the limit too much. When his basic divine power increases again, he can still increase this upper limit. If it weren't for his origin, this ancient temple pot might have stored his ultimate divine power at most once in the hands of an ordinary divine power practitioner. When fighting the strong, if there is an extra limit attack, that winning rate can be doubled. Don't underestimate it. After carefully sealing the ancient temple pot, Jian Wushuang was in his body. If you encounter a crisis, you only need to summon the ancient temple pot to release the inner supernatural power and directly kill the opponent. Simple and rude. Jian Wushuang likes it very much. There are not so many requirements. This is the best. Like a beast weapon, although powerful, it has high demands on itself. As for the Guantian chessboard, this is even more true. He hasn't mastered it thoroughly yet. In the beginning, I was comprehending the chess pieces on the chessboard, and later mastered the origin of the chess pieces, and talked about swallowing all the internal origins. Let one's own source be better perfected, and also be able to break through quickly. This alone had greatly benefited Jian Wushuang at that time. After controlling the origin with ease, he began to refine the origin and revive the chess pieces. You can get a good helper. It's just that for now, the chess pieces he has recovered can no longer keep up with him. It is useless. After awakening Jiangjia later, he re-emphasized the Guantian chessboard. General armor not only can guard his divine body without breaking, but it can also resist the attack of divine power, weakening 99% of it. This is the most heaven-defying treasure at the moment. However, he always felt that Guantian chess had not yet been developed to the extreme. There must be other uses. It's just that his strength is not enough, so there is no trigger. The Guantian chessboard now resonated with the Tower of 9 Tribulations, which made him think that he might be able to start from the Tower of 9 Tribulations and uncover the true effect of the chessboard of Guantian. At the same time, I have to see if the 9 Tribulations pagoda has a conspiracy relationship with teacher Xian Yi. If there is a connection, he will make a lot of money. Dragging the small tower with one hand, Jian Wushuang couldn't feel it special. Begin to use the power of mind to explore the Tower of the 9 Tribulations. Jian Wushuang frowned and realized that things seemed different from what he expected. There was resonance, but after his thought power entered the pagoda of 9 Tribulations, he found that there was nothing inside the small pagoda, not even the source. Look at the material is a treasure above the eternal treasure, but there is no source inside and there is no power. Not as good as the eternal treasure. It's very similar to those rumors. According to rumors, the ancient moon ruins often floated out of the treasure, but the strong who picked up the treasure could not use it at all. After falling into the hands of several people, it was finally identified as a decoration. So at the beginning, many people were lucky enough to use this treasure to take a gamble. If the bet is right, it is a great treasure. At least it is the treasure of the innate universe. Even stronger. However, in the ancient moon time, there was no record of the treasure of time and space. The high probability is weaker than the treasure of time and space. But this is also worth fighting for those strong. Because back then, the Guyue sect leader had accidentally sneaked into the inner circle of the Guyue ruins and obtained an incredible treasure, all the way to the impact, becoming the 8 Tribulations realm complete. It's a pity that in the end it failed to cross the catastrophe, and even without leaving the physical power, he died and died. That era was short, but it was also extremely glorious. At that time, the Guyue sect leader had played in other time and space, overcoming the 9 masters of the universe, who had completed the 8 tribulations realm. They also beheaded 6 of them. In one fell swoop, Guyu time and space was brought to an unclimbable height. At the beginning, everyone thought that if those eternal existences did not exist, Guyu hierarch was invincible. Many people are also looking forward to the success of the Guyu leader and the 9th calamity. Unfortunately, in the end, it failed. The time is short. From growing up to the peak Guyu leader, only lived 100,000 epochs. This time is very short for some 7 tribulations realm, but it was the life of a legendary powerhouse. Jian Wushuang thought of Hui Qing. Hui Qing is in the ancient moon ruins. I don't know what's going on now. What was the reason for reminding him not to go? Danger? Everyone knows the danger of the ancient moon ruins. The inner circle couldn't be entered, and the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm and even the 8 tribulations realm had just wandered around the periphery. Just some dangers in the periphery can make the lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe fall. But there are also many treasures. Danger and receipt are equal. There are still a lot of powerhouses who are going to explore. It has always been a legend that the legendary leader entered the inner circle of the ancient moon ruins when he was weak. Relying on strength, it seems impossible to enter at all. For this, Jian Wushuang was somewhat disdainful. If you can't get in by strength, it's your own rubbish. Supernatural power. You must have the confidence to break through all laws with one force. Fearless. The war is endless. At this point, he still admired the Broly. It's a pity that the other party cultivates and changes Tao. If he follows the line of divine power, I am afraid that he will not weaken Tao. Things are impermanent, just like him now. Faced with this treasure, circulated from the ancient moon ruins, he was helpless, but the feeling of resonance has never disappeared. Jian Wushuang didn't believe in evil, and this time he released his origin to explore. But after one circle, he still couldn't enter the Tower of 9 Tribulations. At this time, he thought of it. Maybe he needs to take out the Guantian chessboard. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to take out the Guantian chessboard directly from the source. On a misty chessboard, there is a small tower floating in the upper part. Chapter 5793. After the 2 overlapped, Jian Wushuang used his mind to explore again. But when his thought power touched the Tower of 9 Tribulations, a violent breath shook him back directly. The divine bodies are beginning to fall apart. Cooked a lot of injury. Although injured, Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. The stronger the better. This also shows that his guess is true. This 9 Tribulations tower really has a certain connection with the Guantian chessboard, and the breath of the 2 is converging. The gathered breath continued to rise to the point that it floated in the sky of the cave world. A magnificent bridge appeared. Jian Wushuang looked up at the huge bridge, which was a shocking force. With his gaze jumping, Jian Wushuang was stunned when he looked behind the bridge. Vaguely, he saw a huge 9-story tower with perseverance behind the bridge. This time, I don't need to use mental strength to get in. You can enter directly by walking. After recovering from the injury, he began to walk carefully toward the Tower of 9 Tribulations. All these seemed to be false, and the faces of the Guantian chessboard and the Tower of 9 Tribulations have already overlapped. That atmosphere was created by the breath of these 2 treasures. But Jian Wushuang was willing to take a look. Step by step, he walked across the bridge and came to the bottom of the Tower of 9 Tribulations. I looked up and couldn't see the top of the tower, towering into the sky. Sure enough, it's not ordinary. Its power is not weak. Guantian chessboard. Jian Wushuang exclaimed in his heart. In the time and space of Guyu, the treasure of time and space has never appeared. Could it be that the ornaments that have been circulated are the treasures of time and space? Jian Wushuang shook his head unconsciously. Really want to be so. At that time, the empty treasure will become Chinese cabbage. Here is the long river of time and space, not in the depths of the stars. If it is said that there are many time and space treasures in the starry sky, he believes. Since coming to Guyu time and space, he has understood. The so-called 9 great time and space is actually the upstream time and space. Because it is close to the stars, the overall strength is much stronger than the midstream and downstream. But on inheritance and treasure, not necessarily. The inheritance of Chi Temple is more suitable for him. Moreover, there is a treasure of time and space in Chishin Temple. Although it was the broken god, it was left over. But after all, unlike Guyu Shirkong, none of them was born. 9 Tribulations Tower, it is the first one. Also let the outsider, Jian Wushuang, get it. Under the tower, a huge golden gate blocked Jian Wushuang's path. With one hand out of the palm, an aura burst out, directly blasting on the golden gate. The golden giant door also opened. Everything is going smooth. Smoothly made Jian Wushuang a little flustered, but bite the bullet and walked in. Inside the 9 Tribulations pagoda, there was a strange aura spreading out. Unconsciously, it's like going into it. Taking a step, Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented ease at the moment he entered the tower, and even his mood improved. The kind of feeling that makes people completely relaxed. The combat power has been improved a bit. Clenching fists with both hands, a little breath exploded, all feeling different. I moved my body at will and became more flexible. At this time, he began to observe the surroundings. Inside the tower, it was unusually empty. The color is monotonous. In the center, there is this white beam of light. When I walked in, I found that it was natural light coming from Shangfen. There is nothing special. At present, it seems that the environment of the Tower of 9 Tribulations is somewhat special. There is no other use. But he was not in a hurry. It was the same when I got the Guantian chessboard. The stronger the treasure, the more difficult it is to figure out. He just thought so, but was slapped in the face by reality. In the white beam of light, a figure suddenly appeared, frightening Jian Wushuang. Seeing the figure, he quickly backed away. His right hand reacted quickly, and he directly held the hilt behind the sword, responding to the figure in the beam of light at any time. "Welcome to the Tower of 9 Tribulations." A stiff voice came from the silhouette of the light beam. More and more real figures. Also let Jian Wushuang see the other side's appearance clearly. Wearing a very fancy mask, white temples, and special clothes, dressed like never seen before. The pagoda of 9 Tribulations comes from the ancient moon ruins, and it may be the earliest practitioner of the ancient moon time and space. It's normal if I haven't seen it before. Jian Wushuang comforted himself. The stiff voice made him feel more like a puppet, so he didn't speak politely and asked loudly, "Your Excellency, is it the spirit of the instrument or the cultivator who is sealed in the tower?" "Neither." The strangely dressed masked man shook his head. Jian Wushuang's eyes changed slightly, and he felt that the person in front of him was really a living person. But speaking, he was very stiff, just like a puppet. "Then why are you here?" "Nothing. It's still in the pagoda of 9 Tribulations." Could it be that the true master of the Tower of 9 Tribulations? It's really possible. When the masked man heard it, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he slowly walked out of the beam of light and said calmly, "I'm just waiting for someone here." "The person you are talking about, isn't it me?" Jian Wushuang was a little less confident when he said this, because the Tower of 9 Tribulations and the Guantian chessboard resonated. He felt that it was a treasure left to him by teacher Xianyi. Now it seems that it is not very similar. It may also be the Guantian chessboard. When encountering a treasure of the same level, there will be resonance. It is because he wants to be crooked. In any case, he earned the pagoda of 9 Tribulations. "It's you, but it's not you." The masked man is like a riddler set in the mist. Jian Wushuang directly said, "Can you just speak directly?" "Wait for someone to beat me." The masked man replied lightly, causing Jian Wushuang to almost laugh. The reason why he can talk to each other so easily, it's because he can see the opponent's strength, which doesn't seem very good. Although I don't know whether it is a person or a ghost, it has a smell of supernatural power. It's just that this supernatural power is very weak. Only about 200,000. If he blows the air, he can kill the opponent. Then you are waiting for the person you are waiting for today. Jian Wushuang slammed, shot out in an instant, punched out, and hit the masked man's door directly. This punch, the explosive power, at least 400,000. It is equal to his basic supernatural power. Solve a masked man with 200,000 supernatural powers. That's too simple. Boom! A huge burst of fists broke through the eardrum, thinking that the opponent can be easily solved, but found that the masked person has long since disappeared. Jian Wushuang was stunned as soon as his thought power moved. The other party was actually behind him, and still turned his back to him. Behind his hands it was very relaxed. That divine power was still 200,000, without any change. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang said in surprise. Your divine power is very weak. How can you avoid my attack? His punch just now was not only an explosion of divine power, but also an explosion of speed. Even the Lord of the Universe can't escape a punch. The other party actually avoided. Really, it's not that simple. Originally, he thought that the Tower of 9 Tribulations should be the same as most treasures. Divided into 9 layers, each layer has a guardian, and you can obtain treasures by defeating one. He sees most of this kind of roads. Chapter 5794. Unfortunately, this time he guessed wrong. The 9-story Tower of the 9 Tribulations is good. However, the strength of the guardian in this tower is a bit hard to understand. If relying on strength to avoid his attack, he still has some clues. The other party is like a ghost. Go back and attack again. A series of attacks could not hit the opponent at all. Be careful! The masked man's voice suddenly became severe, and when Jian Wushuang attacked, he avoided again. This time he not only avoided the attack, but also hit Jian Wushuang's head with his backhand and knocked hard. Jian Wushuang's eyes went black and he almost fainted. He was not injured. Neither his origin nor his divine power had changed. But the moment he had just had an indescribable pain, just like an adult hitting a child. Jian Wushuang held the back of his head, turned his head to look at the masked man who had hidden far away, and was completely angry. What a shame! What? Clenching fists with both hands, the red breath erupted from the body. What? The power of the beast broke out directly. With twice the power of the beast god, the divine power also came to 500,000. At this moment, he began to take it seriously. He didn't do it directly, but even crossed his arms, and figures began to appear behind him. Origin clone. The breath of each clone is the same, but the combat power is different. It's just that the combat power is different, others can't see it. He didn't believe that the other party could break this. Just fight here. There will always be a clone to meet each other, although the combat power of the clone is much worse. But the opponent with a mask of 200,000 supernatural powers is still very relaxed. Thanks, Tusk. You better not be touched by me. Jian Wushuang sneered. Several figures began to flicker. It was left by the afterimage, and the real body had already arrived in front of the opponent. 74 clones immediately surrounded the masked man, surround the opponent and shoot together, but Jian Wushuang's deity stared at the opponent. He wanted to see how the other party avoided it, then take the opportunity to sneak over, avoid the 74 clones, but also pay attention to his deity. Can't avoid it at all. The space here is very small. There is not enough room for Shinfa to display. But the next moment he was dumbfounded. The clone is perfect almost every shot, but the masked man quickly dodges with an incomprehensible body technique. Of all the clones, none of them can touch each other, and when he was watching from a distance, he had the illusion of shrinking into an inch. This place seems to have become wider. His crowded tactics are no longer feasible. Only the deity can sneak attack. 500,000 divine power. This is the threshold of the 5 tribulations realm, coupled with a sneak attack and siege. He didn't believe it. Gather the chi with both hands, condense into a group, throw it directly, and use the burst of breath to cover his own deity, quickly approaching the opponent's back, and a hand knife stabbed out. It was clearly hit, but Jian Wushuang couldn't laugh. The back shot in front of him shrank for a moment and then disappeared. That is the afterimage left by Shinfa. Even if his eyes are bad, his hands can feel it hitting the air. Yes, I was able to keep up with my afterimage so soon. But you still have your hole cards. Let's use it together. The masked man yawned with his hands behind his back. After Jian Wushuang heard it, he became even more angry, especially when you see the yawn. Obviously look down on him. When has he been so angry? And the opponent's strength is obviously much weaker than him. There is a kind, don't hide. Jian Wushuang was obviously a little lost. He had just said it and regretted it. The masked man came to him again and in an incredible way. Jian Wushuang blasted a punch and hit the air. Before he could attack again, he felt a twisted sensation in his abdomen, which made the whole person convulse. The masked man really made a move this time. Not only did he shoot, but he also hit him by the way. Dodging his punch, the other party returned a punch and hit Jian Wushuang in the abdomen. Cold sweat appeared on the painful Jian Wushuang's forehead. Outrageous, but he didn't believe it. The power of 500,000 is not enough. That's 600,000. He hasn't lost the same level, and the key opponent's strength is not at the same level as him. How can I lose to the other side? A thing that a person is not a ghost or a ghost. For times the power of the beast god, directly increased by 200,000 divine power. The power of the whole body reached 600,000. It can be regarded as a small pinnacle of him. Shot again, but was still avoided. But this time he didn't use the clone or sneak attack, so he hit the opponent's afterimage. The masked people are also somewhat different, exclaiming, "You still hide your strength. So what else can you use earlier? You don't have much time. Time is running out." Jian Wushuang frowned. He doesn't want to do a senseless offense anymore. The power of the beast also disappeared instantly. The other party said that the time is almost up. What does it mean? It's impossible. If you can't beat the opponent, you'll have to kill him. Yes, I will only give you half an hour. If you don't beat me, you will have to wait a year before you come again. The time here is calculated according to the normal flow rate. You show the flow rate of time is useless. The masked man did not forget to explain the flow rate of time. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Chance to challenge once a year. In just 1 year, how can he improve? Even in the outside world, he can accelerate time, but he cannot improve much. Besides, a year later, it is already a holy meeting. He didn't have time to come back to the Tower of 9 Tribulations. The opponent is so weird, especially the opponent's dodge, if you can learn it, then invincible. When the time comes, the Lord of the Universe in the 6 Tribulations realm will not be afraid. I don't know what benefits will be gained by defeating the opponent. Of course, the best thing is to teach him this trick. He took the opportunity to ask, "You haven't said what is the advantage of defeating you. Otherwise, I will be in vain." You are right. Defeating me is really a waste of work. As for the good, it is the achievement you made at the moment you defeated me. His face calmly replied. Jian Wushuang almost vomited blood. What is the achievement at the moment of defeating him? Is it possible that the opponent is the best in time and space? Defeating him, he will be invincible. It is ridiculous. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The masked man was very confident in himself. Jian Wushuang said coldly, "Try it, try it." After speaking, the breath on his body suddenly turned blue. Eternal change. The blue Jian Wushuang's combat power may not be as strong as the 600,000 divine power. Because he is still an emperor, his origin has not changed much, and his promotion is not as exaggerated as his divine power. When he reaches the Lord of the Universe, he will still have the strongest origin. But there is a certain kind of self-confidence that makes him feel that the blue self is more confident. The key is that he can use the eternal thickening, which can increase the sword so that he can use the Starry Sky catalog. He didn't believe that the other party could avoid his star catalog. Chapter 5795. The Sword of Life cannot be avoided, unless the other party is not a life. However, this is really possible. He doesn't look like a person at first glance. The power of the Starry Sky? The masked man commented, "This is a bit interesting." Jian Wushuang opened his mouth in surprise and said blankly, "You even know the power of the stars!" The power of the Starry Sky. Too little is known in the long river of time and space. What he had seen was also Nie Yuan who had used the power of the stars. This is the power that belongs to the Starry Sky. The other party even knows this. If you think about it, it's actually nothing. The Tower of Nine Tribulations is the same as the chessboard of Guantin, probably all spread from the stars. Knowing the power of the Starry Sky is also normal. You don't think that you are the only one who has the power of the Starry Sky. The masked man said his body shape changed and his breath turned blue. And the arc is also flashing. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was not only shocked, but also felt the origin of the other party. Time is mixed in that equity source. Hurry up, you only have a stick of incense left. Jian Wushuang was not talking nonsense either, holding the hilt in his right hand, and directly drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations. Starry Sky Catalog. The first sword. As soon as the voice fell, a green breath burst into the monotonous hall. Life. He knew the moment he felt the origin of the other party. One sword. Life fall. That is death. Looks like a sword cut out. It's a double sword, slippery cut. Life goes with death. At this moment he really felt it. The feeling of the blade passing through the opponent's body. Song, take the sword. All in one go. Slowly turned around, looked at the other person's gray figure and said, "You lost." "What sword technique did you use just now?" The masked man's stiff voice came. Jian Wushuang said calmly, "Starry Sky swordsmanship." "You're lying." The masked man shook his head. He didn't think it was a Starry Sky swordsmanship. He originally came from the stars. How could he have never seen this kind of swordsmanship? It broke his freedom. "I have no reason to lie to you. This is the Starry Sky sword that I created. Perhaps it is not called the Starry Sky, but it is the Starry Sky I painted." Jian Wu had no expression on both sides. At the moment of victory he didn't have much joy, because he seemed to really get a sense of comfort. This mood is very special. He is too late to taste. Disappeared. Maybe. The body of the masked man recovered again. When looking at Jian Wushuang, there was a strange color in his eyes. "You are the first practitioner who defeated me for the first time against me. No wonder you were chosen." The masked man recognized Jian Wushuang's strength very much. Not only strength, but more importantly Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship made him admire him with admiration. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there anyone else who came to the Nine Tribulations Pagoda before?" "It's too much. Not long ago, a celestial lady from your time and space came here, but she defeated my first-tier clone after tens of thousands of times." Jian Wushuang was startled when he heard it. It's not that it's too bad. Instead, he was stunned when he heard the word Tianv. Not long ago? The other party's concept of time is too exaggerated. There have been hundreds of millions of epochs since the fall of the goddess, tens of thousands of times. In other words, there are more than thousands of 8 tribulation realm universe, masters born and fallen. What a long time this is. In the opponent's mouth, it was not long ago. Could the goddess have not fallen yet? This is also a possibility. When he entered this place, he was intercepted by a goddess. It was Hui Qing who blocked the opponent. And Hui Qing also fell into the ancient moon ruins. That's where the goddess fell. This has always been a mystery. Now there is a chance to ask the other party about the goddess. But the other party's answer made him dumbfounded. The goddess has indeed fallen, but her spirit is still in this world. It is beyond reincarnation. Beyond reincarnation. That also represents eternity. How could it fall after the eternal existence? Jian Wushuang slurped his head and became increasingly confused. When he wants to ask each other, the masked man took off his mask. A delicate face appeared before his eyes, difficult to distinguish between male and female. His face is pale. He has white hair on top of his head with a high crown. Behind him, there is this huge ring, much wider than his body. From now on, you can call me Weiss. As soon as the voice fell, a scepter fell into Li Si's hands. The original source and divine aura of the opponent's body had disappeared. Jian Wushuang looked at each other now, as if he was looking at the air. If it weren't for having a pair of eyes, you wouldn't be able to feel the other person's existence by just thinking. When he faced the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, the other party did not deliberately hide, and he would feel a breath like the sun. But facing Li Si, Jian Wushuang didn't notice anything. This is very strange. Either the other party deliberately suppressed his breath, or his strength surpassed him too much. Weiss, Jian Wushuang said silently, and then asked, "Now you can talk about the usefulness of this pagoda of 9 tribulations." Li Si covered his mouth and smiled and said, "Of course I can tell. I will be your master in the future, and you can tell you everything you want to know." "Master?" Jian Wushuang was surprised. "You want to be my master?" Unexpectedly, refining a treasure, there is such a strange thing. Also apprentice. But what he cares most is the pagoda of 9 tribulations, whether it has anything to do with teacher Xuanyi. Can resonate with the Guantian chessboard because it is the reason of the treasure of time and space, or because of the teacher Xuanyi. Now the other party jumped out and asked him to apprentice. Jian Wushuang, who made him, was a little at a loss. But when he thinks that even a goddess has rushed tens of thousands of times to pass, he can pass it once, and a sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously. It seems that apprenticeship does not suffer. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and was about to kneel down to apprentice, but was stopped by Weiss. "You don't need to salute like this. In my world, the master-disciple relationship is just a tool." Weiss' words were very straightforward, making Jian Wushuang not know how to answer for a while. Upon seeing this, Weiss continued and said, "You will understand later. There is also this small tower. It is not called 9. Halfway through the conversation, Weiss seemed to have thought of something, and finally shook his head and said calmly, "You call it the Tower of 9 Tribulations. You said that the goddess also rushed through. Why did he fall and you are still alive?" Jian Wushuang looked at the other party so straightforwardly, but he was not restrained. After hearing this, Weiss looked stunned, then tapped Jian Wushuang's head with a scepter and said dissatisfied, "I am a god. How can I die, huh?" She covered her mouth and smiled after she said it. According to common sense, the goddess should also be his disciple. No wonder it is just a tool.